Do a test. Ooh.
You can call to order.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for being here. Welcome to the special session of Solvang City Council, Monday, January 25th. I'll call the meeting to order at 5:03. Madam City Clerk, would you take a roll call?
Councilmember Clark,
Here.
Councilmember Infante,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Morona,
Here.
Councilmember Thomas,
Here.
Mayor Urick,
Here.
all present.
Councilmember Thomas, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart and repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, would you read the first item up?
First item is public communication. At this time, members of the public may comment on items of the agenda or not on the agenda. We have nobody here with us in person, and there's also nobody on Zoom or phone, so there's no public comment.
All right. Are there any comments of council at this time? Other than we just want to go to closed session? All right, we'll go to closed session now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, the City Council meet in closed session with its legal counsel on two matters of existing litigation involving Teamsters Local 986 versus the City of Solvang, case number LACE 1442M and LACE 1450M. City Council will also meet in closed session with its legal counsel on one matter of threatened litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D2.
All right, thank you. We'll go to closed session now.
Now the rest of the meeting's on mute.
Go, play.
All right. We're back from closed session. Mr. City Attorney, would you please?
Thank you,
Update.
Mr. Mayor. The City Council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 on two matters of pending litigation involving Teamsters Local 986 under LACE 1442M and LACE 1450M. There was no reportable action on those matters. City Council also met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 on one matter of threatened litigation. There was no reportable action.
All right, thank you. And with that, our special session is adjourned. And now, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of Solvang City Council for Monday, January 25th. We'll now call the meeting to order at 6:40. And Madam City Clerk, would you please take the roll call?
Councilmember Clark,
Here.
Councilmember Infante,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Marona,
Here.
Councilmember Thomas,
Here.
Mayor Uri,
Here.
all present.
Councilmember Infante, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. You'd stand, please, put your right hand over your heart, and start. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Item number 1 is public communications, written or verbal. The council welcomes your input. At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and consent agenda. Time limit is 3 minutes. State law does not allow the council to discuss or take action on issues not on the agenda, except that members of the council or staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights. Staff may be asked to follow up on such items. I have no speaker slips for items not on the agenda. If anybody
And
would
it-
like to speak on items not on the agenda or the consent agenda in person?
Hi, my name is Tracy Beard with the Solvang Chamber of Commerce. There's a few items we want to speak on. One is, yes, we are reopening. We are reopening under the purple tier right now, tomorrow morning. And we have some concerns on how do we make sure we stay open and work as a community for public right-of-ways in the future. I think we were closed down way too long. We saw SLO County, and we saw Pismo Beach, San Luis Obispo up in that area open with the health department kind of working towards something. And we need to have a better program in the future to help this community out and help our businesses out. We see bankruptcy in a lot of businesses. We see businesses along the ocean that are closing, and we don't want that to happen here. And we have to have a better plan for the next time for us. And we do want to work with the city council on that. So yes, tomorrow, the health department is opening to the purple tier, but we have to have a better plan on how do we work with public right-of-way so people can sit and we don't have this problem with outdoor dining in our community. So thank you right now. That's, I think, all I have to say till I guess we get to the COVID situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tracy, and really appreciate all that the chamber has done for all of the businesses, small businesses here in Solvang and in our North County. Do we have any on Zoom or,
Would anybody else in person like to speak on the items not on the agenda? See none, we'll go to
Whoops.
Zoom. Would anybody on Zoom like to speak on items not on the agenda or consent agenda? Please raise your
Look.
hand.
Yes,
Mr. Jackson?
Go ahead.
am I on? Okay. Mayor, your council members, greetings. My name is Charles C.J. Jackson. I'm a vice president for Alisal Properties, the Alisal Ranch, and the Alisal Guest Ranch, for whom I am here for on 2 items. The first of these items also involves our members of our golf clubs and our residents and the numerous pedestrians who utilize Alisal Road from the southernmost portion of the Alisal Bridge to the county line. The condition of Alisal Road is, in my opinion, borderline dangerous. The road is falling apart. It is jettisoning large chunks, some as big as a softball, some even twice to 3 times that size. Alisal Road is unfortunately a road that is driven way too fast by way too many. But with pedestrians on the street, the hurling of the detritus from the road is a hazard. It is also a driving hazard. I am aware that in 2018 and 2019, your council evaluated and I believe even approved a proposed project in the capital budget for a re-engineer of Alisal Road, inclusive of biking trails, etc. I also understand, unfortunately secondhand, that said project has perhaps been shelved, but I think it allowed for the postponement of necessary maintenance on Alisal Road to preserve its safety, and I believe it poses a liability. So I ask that you agendize that at your earliest convenience and research what can be done, even if it's a short-run solution or a long-term solution, to address what I think is an unsafe and hazardous condition. The second item, which I also propose that you agendize for future meetings, as someone who has been involved in this community for the past 26 years, also representing my family's interest, the Alisal, I have been concerned in the most recent times that a shift in emphasis or perhaps priority away from 5 basic issue areas, which I believe are at your fundamental core. Those issue areas in no particular order are public safety, domestic water, wastewater management, roads, and and solid waste. These items involved over the course of your preceding council's tenure a number of projects that were initiated, discussed, and generated to some degree. And as a related party and proximate to those sites, I am aware of those. I was also in prolonged negotiations over the issue of domestic water production. I am concerned that those discussions by the preceding council were somewhat short-shrifted, may not have needed or possessed the amount of due diligence necessary. And in particular, as you look at the expenditures associated with those projects, I believe they deserve your attention, and perhaps before things go too far down the road. I recognize that you have a task before you, and a complex one, and the burdens posed by the virus and the economic toll that it has taken will no doubt reassess and remove your priorities. However, I believe these issue areas are of such significance that as soon as you can, you should revisit them, particularly as it pertains to the type of costs that these long-term projects will propose. I want to thank the city. The ranch and I have had a marvelous relationship with your water staff, your wastewater staff, your road staff, and your public works director. However, things over the course of the last 9 months, as can be expected, shifted in priority. I just ask that you give reasonable consideration to whether or not you, as a current council, have a thorough understanding of the burdens, cost and otherwise, posed by the various initiatives of which I am not sure what stage they are in at this point, but they do involve significant cost, significant investment, and significant interaction with the immediate neighbors to those sites. I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you, and if I may take one transgression and say, Mayor Uhrig and Councilwoman Arona, attaboy and attagirl, I will never use that again, but thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, CJ.
Is there any more public comment on items not on the agenda or consent agenda? Please raise your hand if you're on Zoom.
Ms. Richardson.
Hi, my name is Diana Richardson. I'm a lifelong Solvang resident and a retired city employee. My congratulations to all of the council. I think you've started very well in your job. Very happy to see Dave sitting there at the table. Good to have him back. I was also happy to see that you are going to do some training in the Brown Act. Training is very, very important for all our staff and council. I just wanted to say a couple of my concerns tonight. One of them is that, well, I've never quite understood why so many employees were laid off and then eventually replaced with temporary employees or contract employees. So my hope is that, and I know that everything takes time and we're new at this, my hope is that we will soon have a city manager and a certified city clerk. I don't think our city clerk is certified, and that is very important to me. I also am hoping that eventually down the line we will have a planning director. I believe it's now called Director of Admin Services. In my day, you were a finance director. But I'm hoping that these key positions will soon be filled by trained and qualified people. I know finance is a big problem, and I don't really know the comparison between contract and temps and regular qualified employees who understand the city, but that would be my choice, is full-time staff, members that work together and help each other. I don't know if we have an HR person, but I hope that position has been filled. I'm not really sure about that one. I also hope that eventually we'll have a code enforcement officer, but I know it's very hard to do the code enforcing at this time. I also have a concern with the website. Oh my Lord, some things are easy to find, some things aren't. I can't believe that there's not a list of city staff and employees with their individual email addresses and phone numbers. I have looked and looked, I've put in names, nothing. I see no reason why we can't contact these people. It seems like every phone number is the main line, and I don't know that that phone line is always answered. I don't think there's someone that does that, but I may be wrong. But I hope that there would be a list of water department, sewer department. Everybody should have their name and email so you can contact them immediately. Not always going by email helps. I went to the planning department email and it was denied access or something, but thank goodness Lori did call me back very quickly, and I appreciate that. But we need to have everybody's email and direct contact. I see no reason why we can't. One other thought that we've had, other employees and I, is that I hope that the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, that all the council members realize that, and that's updated, and that someone is in charge of that. With all the things going on in our world, we need to make sure that the EOC is all staff, council, everyone knows what their position is in case of an emergency. Basically, that's all I have to say. I know you'll be moving ahead as soon as possible, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Diana.
Do we have any more speakers on Zoom that would like to speak on items not on the agenda or items on consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand now. I'm seeing none. If we could maybe briefly, I see our Public Works Director standing up.
Yes.
I'm sure he probably wants to address the Alisal Road comment at least.
Yes. Go ahead, Matt.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Yurg and council members. Matt Vanderlinden, your Public Works Director and City Engineer. Yeah, since a safety concern was raised, I did want to just update you briefly. We are planning to completely reconstruct Alisal Road from the bridge over the San Ynez River all the way to the southerly city limits, all along the whole Alisal Ranch property. So we're planning to spend over $2 million to reconstruct that road, and it's in design right now. The design should be completed within the next couple months, and we'll be going out to bid before the end of this fiscal year so that we can start construction in July or August of this summer. So we're aware of the concern. We didn't want to go out and spend a bunch of money doing too much patching and repairs and things when we're going to completely reconstruct the road. That money would just be wasted. So what we have been doing is monitoring the condition of the road and repairing potholes, especially, when you get a lot of rain, the potholes kind of like show up bigger and stuff. So we're aware of that. We're monitoring it, but we're going full steam ahead. It's been approved in the budget and in the capital improvement program, and so we're planning to bring that back to you after we go out to bid for your approval of award of a contract later this spring. The other thing I wanted to mention, one of the big projects that Mr. Jackson kind of alluded to is the wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and within the next couple months we'll be bringing a staff report before you and providing you with information and update and getting your direction on that phase 2 of that project. So currently phase 1 is out to bid. That's a project that's estimated at around approximately $2 million, and the bid opening for that is tomorrow. And so we'll be bringing that back to you in February for award of the construction contract for phase 1, and then again shortly after that we'll be bringing a staff report and getting your direction on phase 2. So just wanted to update you on that briefly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
If I may just briefly address a couple
Yes.
of comments as well, thank you. The comment about employee emails and addresses being available on our website, I just want to address that and let you know that we have implemented something that a lot of organizations do and really look at the information that's provided online to be position-based rather than individual-based. So there will not be individual names, and whoever is holding that position or performing those duties will be the position that is is tied to that contact information for both emails and our phone numbers. So everything is available online based on the current function. It goes to, in most cases, to multiple people so that we can ensure that communication is received. We have implemented a new phone system with COVID-19 and the closures of the offices that provides you with a phone tree and what you call an auto assistant now, to where people can select based on their issue before just going directly to an individual that has to then, divert that call. When you call in now to City Hall, there's options for water, for utilities, for any issues that someone might want to contact us about. So I just want to make sure that people are aware that they are very much welcome to call our general phone number. It is always staffed 8 to 5. Somebody will answer the call. And we just try to be more efficient and let our system, that's automated system now, help us route those calls before an individual employee is engaged. We also have a number of comments that had to do with staffing, and there is actually an item later today on the financial forecast and the mid-year that will dive into a lot more of that operational structure, and council will have full ability to provide with any policy direction within the considerations of the city's financial situation. And just final one, I'd like to mention the certification of city clerk. Certification was never required as part of the city's job description. Prior city clerks were not certified when they first began in that position. The certification is not a state, federal, or any kind of legal entity certification. It is a professional organization that provides opportunities to clerks across the state, across the nation, to learn how to do the work. City clerk does not require a degree of any kind. So it is a good professional development tool that many clerks do engage in.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that clarification, and hopefully our constituents there receive some of the information that they were kind of looking for. I see another hand up.
We have, this is Dan
Top left.
Richardson. She just hasn't lowered her hand. Would anybody else like to speak on items not on the agenda? See none.
All right. We will now move to the city manager's report.
Thank you. So I will start with the latest news that began to unravel last night. There were articles coming out with a letter that was sent out to the Restaurants Association stating that potentially today we would have been seeing a lift from the governor of the stay-at-home order. At noon today, the governor held a press conference and he did lift the stay-at-home order. What that means for us and our businesses, and there will be a message going out tonight to all the businesses that are registered with us for business license, is that we are now, as a county, are back in purple tier. We'll have an attachment posted on the website and with this message for all the businesses, what that means for each sector. It is the most restrictive tier still in terms of economic recovery and reopening. But it does allow us, the good thing is that I think we have heard a lot of comments from the public that it does allow for outdoor dining now, and it does allow for travel for leisure. That is really what impacts the most. Over the last few weeks, after the stay-at-home order went in, our hotels have been averaging about 20 to 30% citywide, and that is where the city really takes a very significant financial hit. More than half of our hotels were actually closed, which was a management decision, I'm sure, based on the orders. So this is a good news that we are going back into some kind of operation to where we can have tourism of a limited capacity. We can have outdoor dining, and that is something that our marketing team will also be rolling out in terms of their messaging now. The Santa Barbara County did, between the time I was putting together these slides and now, announce that they are updating their public health order, and that will be effective tomorrow at 8 a.m. So their order will match the state order, and it will put us into purple tier. Now, general plan update. We are very excited to be moving forward with this effort. General plan has not been updated for the city of Solvang comprehensively since the city incorporated. And first workshop is going to take place on February 6th at 10 a.m. Due to COVID restrictions, it will be a very limited in-person type of participation, just like here today at council. It will be primarily and will be advertised as a virtual event. We look forward to everyone's engagement. Each one of you on your desk have a stack of business cards, what you would call which are really the cards that as you meet with people, as you talk to people about general plan, you can provide them with that card, and it has that visual look to it that indicates this is part of the general plan update, and it gives the basic information to those that you want to engage. You can pass those out to anybody you want. We also have the website now live. It is www.plansolving.com. We have had about 20 or so people sign up so far, and I'm sure as the word gets out about this process, that would be the communication platform to where people can sign up as well as make comments on that website about general plan update. We have also, for those who are not using the internet platforms so much, we have inserted a flyer about the general plan update with the January utility bills. So every utility payer in the city will be alerted to the fact that this workshop will be taking place. This is the very first step in this engagement process. There will be plenty of opportunity for everyone in the community to engage. This is really the kind of the kickoff of this process to let people know what general plan is all about, why they should be interested in it, and how they can participate. This is just a positive note that I've been contacted by our VFW Post 1739, and they have let me know that they would like to engage in a project to install veterans memorial plaques at the Veterans Hall building to honor Santa Ynez Valley veterans who were killed on active duty military service. So that is just the good news to hear from them that they're engaging in this. They will be working with the city on placing those plaques when they're ready within the Veterans Hall building to really truly make it memorial. Now, back to pickleball courts. That project is still in the works, very much work and engagement by our own city employees to make this happen. We are expecting that, weather permitting, this project will be completed in mid-April. This has been a very collaborative city-community effort. We were looking at costs of $70,000 to $90,000 to build this project, so it never made a priority originally. But in collaboration between staff and those who were asking for the pickleball courts, staff came up with this recommendation to divert a smaller amount of money towards this project and then use staff to assist with actual construction. So far, staff has spent about 300 man-hours as part of their work duties, just diverted to this other mission. And we have, at my authority, reallocated $20,000 in general fund without coming to council and asking for additional funds. That means that we are watching the budget very carefully to make sure that those savings occur in another area to be able to make this happen. The goal for the whole project was to also raise $10,000 in fundraising. We have so far raised $3,000 or $7,000, and we still have $3,000 to go. The project is pretty much on budget precisely, which will be about $30,000 in cash. So if we don't raise that additional $3,000, it will be coming from other savings within the city somewhere, but we are continuing to ask for donations to reach that goal. So if you would like to donate, please call us at our City Hall, 805-688-5575, or email us at cityhall@cityofsolvang.com. Now moving on to the advance calendar. February 8th meeting will include, depending on today's direction from the council, a second reading for the Design and Review Committee ordinance. It will also include, if that occurs, an appointment of Design Review Committee members. That deadline has been extended to February 1st. The announcement is once again online today, looking for applications. We are still looking for more applicants for that committee, so I would really encourage everyone interested in being on that committee to apply for council consideration. We'll also have a presentation of the RENA state housing allocation numbers that's coming from the state. And that's really going to be informative in terms of the requirements that the state will be placing on the city of Solvang in terms of producing new housing inventory. Another item that you will see on the February 8th agenda will be the Measure A, Public Works list of projects that's our transportation projects. On February 22nd, we will bring to you the award construction agreement for the wastewater treatment plant aeration system replacement, which we are anticipating will result in significant efficiencies and energy cost savings. You will also be receiving an IDK marketing update. And finally, the council will need to think about setting a date for the state of the city, which usually occurs in February or March. And that may as well this year, unfortunately, be a COVID-friendly virtual event, but it is a very memorable year with being the 110th anniversary of the city of Solvang. So staff will be working with the Everhome Museum as well to develop that program. And that concludes my report.
All right, are there any questions of the council on the report? All right. We now move to the consent agenda. Madam City Clerk, can you please read the items on the consent agenda?
The consent agenda is designated for routine administrative city matters and is approved by a roll call vote of one motion. The items on the consent agenda today are approval of agenda as presented, approval of minutes of the regular city council meeting on January 11, 2021, an item to receive and file Santa Barbara County Quarterly Fire Department report, and finally, an item to approve a resolution that authorizes the city to apply for and accept receipt of grant funding from a local early action plan grant program, LEAP.
All right, and I took out a turn. So I think I need to back up to the council comments, request, and advance calendar. I erred.
You did jump ahead,
Yes.
didn't you?
I did.
That's true.
So, are there any council comments or requests for the advance calendar at this time? Any items?
The only thing I'd like to make is, comment I'd like to make is the agenda these days has page numbers on it, which is extremely helpful, and I like that. I wanted to just make that point.
Just very happy to see the state come through with the removal of the total lockdown. I would hope, again, at some point that they could look at our jurisdiction being separate from the big jurisdiction they have us in. That may even loosen it up some more, and hopefully we can get there at some point in the near future.
I had planned to get on a soapbox because of all the emails and calls and texts, et cetera, that I'd received from business owners in Solvang until the governor's order as of yesterday. But it's just, I think it's worth repeating that, you know, California has the same rates per thousand as Florida. Florida has stayed open through the entire coronavirus. We have stayed closed, and it's affected neither of these two states' numbers. You have Illinois, Michigan, DC, Maryland, New York City have opened up indoor dining now. And that, I think, is my goal. I would like to see the sciences there. We know for a fact that the percentages of indoor dining transmission are very, very low. We know where this virus is transmitting. It's outdoors. I would like to work on the governor and the county to try and reopen indoor dining. I was going to complain before because I think that everything on our agenda was moot, except for our businesses dying until, obviously, the governor's. It's funny how he went. I think he went from science to political science. This is based upon, because nothing has changed, other than maybe 1.2 million people signing a recall effort. The state of California ignoring a public records request to give people data on why they were making decisions, and the state refused to honor a public records request. And I think just the press has beaten on the governor enough to finally make him realize that this has been the most arbitrary thing in the world for the businesses here in Solvang, and it doesn't matter what we call the BAR, it doesn't matter whose family members sit on a board, it matters that our businesses stay open. And that should have been our only focus from the beginning of this cycle, is to serve and save our businesses. And I think, by luck, the governor has opened up the state and put us back into the purple tier, and we're fortunate for that. Why do men's things always fall down? It just makes me sad, and I was going to go on and on and on, but, this is a good start. Let's see where this goes. I'll be getting a lot of emails and phone calls tomorrow from local businesses with suggestions, et cetera. I was willing to come in and say, why don't we just put tables on all of our, cover Copenhagen from left to right? I walked Copenhagen Saturday morning. There's 9 businesses that are empty. Scandia Court has businesses that are empty. Wishing Well is empty. European Fashion's empty. It's just sad to see what's happened to this town. And I don't know, I can't speak for any other council members. I'm sure you're getting emails on it as well. I don't know, but I just wish that somebody here would have been on television, or somebody would have been here banging on the governor's door, banging on the county's door, screaming in front of Santa Barbara County supervisors, saying, save this town. Santa Barbara has aerospace, Santa Barbara has an airport, they have a university, they have manufacturing. We don't have that. We're unique that we're totally dependent upon tourist dollars, and they dried up. And I guess a lot of people here have gone to, and maybe a lot of LA residents have gone to Paso Robles, because everybody's sharing pictures of Paso with the restaurants full, the dining rooms full. I ended up going up there last Saturday to check it out. I stayed in a hotel right on the beach. It was $450 a night, and it was 100% full. Somebody's doing something right, and yes, I know, I got some emails from their different county, they have different rules. But it just seemed like if they can do it, we can do it. And I think this is the beginning of our fight to get our businesses back up and running. If this is not the end, because we don't know with this governor what he's going to think in 3 weeks if we get another uptick. So we need to just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, writing letters to our county supervisors, writing letters. This includes the business and the public, writing letters to our county supervisors and the state saying, save our town. Thank you.
I'd like to go back on and say something about that, because I agree. We have a lot of problems. We've been getting a lot of letters from businesses, some of them very well written, and some of them just copying somebody else's letter. We don't have a health department here. We can't make rules. We can say up here anything we want, but we do not have the legal authority to violate the county Department of Health rules. So that is an issue that we've had to deal with. And so there is little that the city council can do except complain. If you watched today's presentation by Governor Newsom, you would have heard why he lifted everything, because all of the percentages are in a better way than they were before. Everything has improved. Whether you want to believe it was because of what he did or not, they have improved. And by the way, we do better than Florida and Illinois and all of them. So that was all made public today with all the numbers. So yes, we need to do something to help our businesses. There's no doubt about it. There's little that we can directly do, and I can't prove it, but I would bet that the reason that some of our businesses got harassed the way they did was because of the last city council's statement that we're not going to follow any of this. And I think it was raising a red flag in front of the bull, and the health department came in here to make sure that, yes, you are. Okay, I quit, that's it. It's getting better. We're going to help.
I do have another comment. We certainly care about our economic health and our businesses, and we also care about the wellness and safety of our residents and retail workers. Not on a note on COVID, I will save that for later because we will be talking about it, but I do want to express my gratitude for everybody that reached out to me after they heard about an incident that I dealt while closing my shop over the weekend. I would personally like to reach out to local law enforcement, as well as other agencies such as the Santa Barbara Rape Crisis Center or any other agency that is able to provide training to us as a community and as also individual businesses to deal with difficult visitors or unsafe situations. I was put in a situation where I was dealing with a customer that had too much to drink and was determined to get me out of my shop and onto another location. And while I was lucky to have somebody else in my shop to keep an eye out for me, and I was in a place where I had neighbors that were open, I realized that there are a lot of young people that close the shops at night and might not have the experience, and their businesses, their employers might not have the procedures in place to know what to do with difficult people or what to do in unsafe situations. So I will be reaching out, and I would like to do a collaboration so that as we reopen and as we expand our hours and people are coming to enjoy our city, we also know how to stay safe. Thank you.
Any others? All right, I'd just like to piggyback real quick on Councilmember Clark's and Councilmember Infante's comments. We are ecstatic right now that the governor has seen fit, and even more ecstatic that our public health director has seen fit to follow that same protocol that he just laid out for us at noon this afternoon. And following on Mayor Pro Tem Arona's comment, we do care about the businesses that are here. We definitely need to support them as much as possible. I'm very grateful for our Solvang Chamber for the work that they've been doing. They've been doing a Herculean effort. Tracy and Mr. Warner, they've been amazing trying to keep our businesses going, educating them on the opportunities, grants, loans that are out there for them. And they're still out there even as we speak right now. So please, if any of you, especially the small businesses, we know that you have been hurting. The salons, the nail salons, the hair salons, all of those small businesses, please reach out to our Solvang Chamber. They are eager to assist you with any type of loan or grant that might be available for you, and they'll research that out for you, and they will help you as much as possible. I'll leave the rest of my comments for the COVID thing, but that's all I have for right now. All right, and you did read out the
I would go to
item
consent
3,
agenda,
or
item
item
3.
4, excuse me, the consent agenda.
I'd like to pull it.
Do you all remember that?
Yeah.
If I may, I just asked, are there any council members that would like to pull any items?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item A, approving the agenda. I'd like to have one change to the agenda done. I think rather than having everybody sit through the Brown Act training, if they don't want it, I'd like to move the Brown Act training down to the end after the grant funding policy review. So I asked our attorney, he said that was of no consequence to us. We have to be here either way, but so everybody can get through the rest of the presentations and everything.
Okay. Guess we can just go ahead and make that change right now. I know I was going to do that as well.
You could make a motion to approve the consent agenda with that modification.
Yes. Is there any motion on the floor to accept the agenda with that modification?
I will make a motion to accept that agenda with that modification to move the Brown Act towards the end.
Councilmember Clark, yes.
We have two, you both just made the motion?
No.
Okay, I'll second.
Councilmember Clark, can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurik.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
All right. Moving on to regular business. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the title for the agenda item number 5?
So this is a public hearing, a first hearing of the ordinance establishing design and review committee. The recommendation is to introduce the first reading and of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Solvang, California, establishing the membership, terms of office, duties, and organization of the Design Review Committee, and City Attorney will make the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I did want to introduce Chelsea O'Sullivan, who is on the Zoom. She's my associate at the firm, and she assisted me as the interim assistant city attorney in drafting the ordinance and the report. I will be available to answer any questions, but I did want to recognize the hard work that she helped me in putting this together. So at the last city council meeting, the city council asked to place this item on the agenda. And I've gone through a little bit of the history in the staff report about the BAR, the Board of Architectural Review, how it was originally formed and how it modified over the years by being included into the municipal code. Last year in August, the City Council adopted a resolution which dissolved the BAR and established a branding and design committee. And it was vested with the same type of authority that the BAR was, just a different name. And I note in the staff report that while the resolution attempted to modify the municipal code, since it was a resolution, it could not do that. So bringing back to council a formal ordinance to form this design review committee, and the name is a working name. It is not set in stone by any means at this point, but you're welcome to change it. But that was one of the recommendations that Councilmember Infante had made, I believe. So the ordinance is before you for its first reading. You can make such changes as you would like to the ordinance, but by and large, the process that we went through in putting this together was to combine the source documents, the original BAR resolution, the provisions in the municipal code regarding the BAR, and the provisions contained in Resolution 20-1122, as well as some of the recommendations that Councilmember Infante had provided to the council at the last meeting. We made some additional changes to the ordinance to conform it to the current form that the municipal code follows. So just highlight some of the issues that the council may want to have a more detailed discussion. We had put the term of the DRC members at 1 year. That's consistent with the resolution that was passed by the council with respect to the BDC. The Planning Commission terms are 2 years by contrast. So that is something that you could certainly put in as a change in the first reading, and that would come back at the second reading if you wanted to make that change. It's a policy determination how long the terms are for the DRC members. Second note I'll make is that under the proposed ordinance that we've drafted, each city council member appoints a DRC. That's consistent with what the resolution was establishing the BDC last year, and it's also the current practice for appointing planning commission members. Under the resolution that established the BAR, the members of the BAR were selected by council consensus. There's no legal obligation one way or another. That is a matter of policy that you can set how you would like to select the members of the DRC. As discussed a little bit at the last meeting, the membership of the DRC is limited to residents of the Santa Ynez Valley. That is consistent with the resolution establishing the BDC last year, but Mayor Pro Tem Marona brought up at the last meeting what the definition of Santa Ynez Valley would be. So you may want to have some discussion on what the parameters of the Santa Ynez Valley are. And then another matter that I put into that is in the ordinance, proposed ordinance, is that the qualifications for DRC membership are consistent with those that were set forth for BDC members. Those requirements are different than what was imposed for the BAR members. So the BDC members that were created last year in the resolution had additional standards of experience in local history or historic preservation, construction, real estate, geography, arts, landscape, architecture, and planning. Those are things that were not in the BAR resolution when it was adopted. So the BDC had an expanded source of experience for the members. And finally, the one thing that I'd like to point out is removal of a DRC member requires 3 affirmative votes. It wasn't entirely clear to us when we were looking at the resolution 20-1122 whether a BDC member could be removed by a majority vote of a quorum of the city council or the entire city council. It says that the BDC members may be removed by an affirmative vote of 3 members of the city council, but section 6 of that same resolution that said any member could be terminated by a majority vote of the council. We've resolved that. And we've made it similar to what the Planning Commission has, is that the proposed ordinance would require that it be at least 3 affirmative votes. And with that, staff's available to answer any questions regarding the ordinance itself, but the recommendation is to introduce the ordinance for first reading and make such changes as you think are necessary.
Are there any questions of the staff report?
When do we make suggestions on alternatives to your, for instance, the term?
Yeah, I think you can ask questions at this point, perhaps go out to the public, see if there's any input on that, and then you could make recommendations based on any inputs from the public or any inputs that you may have as well.
Recommendations directly to you or to the council next meeting? How?
You can make them to me. If council gives that direction, then I will make the changes on the first reading of it, and it will come back to you in that form at the second reading. But you have pretty much free rein to change the provisions of the draft ordinance that are before you right now, because it is just the first reading.
Just a draft.
Any other questions? Seeing none, are there any public comments?
Would anybody in person or on Zoom like to make any comment on this item? Please raise your hand if you're on Zoom. Seeing no public comments.
All right.
One last question, if I may. At what point in time, okay, so if we accept this resolution, we have to go back and change city codes?
So this is an ordinance, so what will happen is you do the first reading, make any changes that you want on that first reading. It comes back for a second reading at your next meeting, and then 30 days thereafter, it goes into effect. So it is modifying the city's municipal code.
But who is actually going to rewrite the code? Because BAR is throughout that code.
So if you take a look at the provisions in the draft ordinance, you'll notice towards the end of the ordinance, in section 4, it says all of the following sections of the Solvang Municipal Code are hereby revised to delete Board of Architectural Review,
Yeah.
or BAR, and in each place substitute Design Review Committee. All those sections will be changed by the city's codifier. It's a company that actually publishes the municipal code. And those changes would be taken from this ordinance and incorporated into the municipal code.
Additionally, my memory's going to fail me now. I think it would be Chapter 4, Section 1 of the code we need to put into that if you look in the city codes right now and you look under boards and commissions, it's not listed. BAR is not listed. So replacing BAR wouldn't work there. We actually need to put in a statement that says that the BDC exists and its purpose.
So if you take a look, and forgive me, I'll scroll up here. If you take a look at the Design Review Committee language at the first page of the ordinance, it says that the committee is established. In order to disestablish the BDC, we will bring you back a resolution at the next city council meeting disestablishing the BDC, because we don't want to have kind of a vacuum because
Gotcha.
you're currently trying to recruit for those members. And so that resolution would repeal any contrary provisions in the resolution establishing the BDC.
But that resolution did not put anything in there under that particular title, Chapter 1, Title 3, 4, whatever that is, where it establishes all the boards and commissions in the Solvang City Code.
That's correct, because you can't amend the municipal code by resolution.
So we have to put that in the new resolution to add that into the city code, don't we?
As to the BDC or the DRC?
The DRC.
The DRC would be in the city code as a result of this ordinance.
Okay.
On second reading and then adoption. So the section on page 1 of the ordinance, it adds a chapter 4 to title 2 that says, there is hereby created and established a committee consisting of 5 members to be known as the Design Review Committee. That will go baked into the municipal code once the ordinance becomes effective.
Thank you. That was what I was looking for. I didn't see it. I appreciate it.
One of the questions I had was on page 52, item, section 2, just above that, number 6, underneath D for exceptions. Was there supposed to be any other exterior alteration to be determined to be minor by the planning/community? Is there some wording that is missing?
I'll have to get back to you on that because I have to pull up the actual code section that was there. But if you give me a moment and maybe you can move on to another one, I'll take a look at that section and see. I'm assuming that it's by the Planning and Community Development Director.
I was just kind of wondering who was going to make that exception allowed. Are there any other questions at this time?
No.
So, we've had all public comment, a hearing. The hearing is now closed, so I'll bring back for discussion for council at this time.
And I can answer that question for you now. In the BAR regulations, it did say any other exterior alteration to be determined to be minor by the Planning Community Development Director. So I would propose to add those words to that subsection there.
Okay.
I apologize for not catching that on the first run through.
I didn't catch it the first time either. All right. So, Councilmember Clark, we've actually closed the public discussion and now or public comment period. We're just going to be doing discussion right now.
Understood.
Is there any discussion? I know one thing I would like to do is make it a 2-year term instead of a 1-year term. The old BAR was an actual 2-year term. If you go back to that section, that was a 2-year term, and it would be consistent with our planning commission.
Exactly. I agree.
That seems to be the consensus of the council. Are you okay with the expiration on December 31st of each year? That seems to be consistent with the other commissions as well.
Sure.
Okay, we'll go ahead and make that change.
I think it would just make it more consistent for everyone, especially with some of the projects that I'm hoping we're going to be having coming down the road. We'll just keep a nice continuity, and especially as long as, before we even make this to become to a resolution and get it codified, it's going to be a little bit, and that doesn't even leave much time for the end of the year, so.
Now, I would raise this issue because it's not clear, based on the year-to-year that we had in there. It says the term of all 5 members shall expire on December 31st of each year. Would you prefer it to expire in odd years or even years?
I think it was in even years in the BAR.
And that would be consistent with council member tenure, that you would have them term out at the end of the even year, such that a new council coming in an odd year would be able to appoint. So we'll make it December 31st of each year and each even year.
Does that work? I know that was what was in the old BAR.
Okay?
So, okay. Are there any other discussion items on this?
No.
Any discussion on the San Ynez Valley? That's one of the questions I had regarding the definition, or will you know it when you see it?
Well,
We could probably use what Visit San Ynez Valley uses as a map for what San Ynez Valley is. I mean, if we need a map of it, they have one that covers basically all the cities out to Los Alamos.
My only question, would it include Buellton or not? I put down in Los Olivos, San Ynez, and Solvang.
I would think Buellton would be a source also. Do you agree, disagree?
Not necessarily. I just thought that Buellton had its own entity and its own identity, whereas the area to the east of that did
Or
not, was.
Or unincorporated. You're talking about incorporated city
Yeah.
versus
Yeah.
your Ballards and your Los Olivos
Yeah.
and San Ynez. And I think I know where
That's
you're
why I
going
put
with
Los
that.
Olivos, Solvang, San Ynez.
And I agree with you. I think Buellton and possibly Buellton, but Would you want to have somebody in Los Alamos making decisions on things that happen in Solvang?
Not
wouldn't.
particularly. I mean,
I wouldn't.
that's not a kind thing to say, because there's a lot of good people in Buellton and
Absolutely.
Totally
Los
agree.
Alamos that have good design ideas and reviews, but.
And probably lived here at one time.
But I think it's a home field kind of situation, and I think the home field is more our area here of Solvang, San Ynez, and Los Olivos.
Here's the concern, and this is, if you look at what they did with the BDC, they said preference to San Ynez Valley, if I remember the term correctly. But they could go even outside the San Ynez Valley. So we can define the San Ynez Valley and give preference to those that live or have businesses in Solvang. But right now, I'm hesitant to limit who can apply because we don't have enough applications as it is. So my concern is we don't give enough opportunity to go out, wider area, that's all.
How wide do you want to go?
I don't want to go to Lompoc, I don't want, nothing against Santa Maria and Lompoc, but they probably don't have the same point of view as people in this valley do. But, I don't know.
How about anybody who's seen the movie Sideways, no matter where they live, can vote on Solvang issues?
Well, I can think of members of our community that are both business owners and building owners that have a lot of history in this town and happen to live in Lompoc now. So, and I'm not going to name names, but I can think of landlords that happen to live in Lompoc and are very familiar with our history and the look and have Danish ancestry and everything. So maybe we give preference to people that live in a certain location, but also how invested they are in Solvang, whether by ownership or business, is also a factor. And, we can think of criteria, not necessarily thinking of factors that exclude somebody, but all of these put together make a good candidate. So I'm inclining now on not saying a hard no based on where they live, because that would be excluding somebody that might be very interested and might be capable of doing good contributions to the committee.
I agree. Preferences to people who live or work or own businesses in Solvang. That's all I was saying. But how broad of an area do you want to pull from if we don't have anybody that has those credentials?
The people that own Union Bank live in Torrance, or the old Union Bank, so that's an extreme, but do you want something
But
like
they
that?
don't work
No.
here and they don't understand us. And so, yeah, I don't want anybody from Torrance, nothing personal, Torrance.
And I don't see somebody in Torrance willing to make the trek all the way over here to approve a sign, but that's, something to consider as well.
Well, one of the possibilities, I may have mentioned at the last meeting, is you could do it by zip code, and that sometimes can drill down to a little bit more of a geographic area that everyone can agree is on there. But you still have the requirement currently that says each design review committee member shall be a legal resident within the San Ynez Valley at the time of the member's appointment and during the member's. So if you wanted to modify that, legal resident or business operator within the Santa Ynez Valley or something like that, and then define Santa Ynez Valley as the following zip codes. That's one way that you could do it, and that kind of takes it out of the idea of how far out you're looking. Helen, I know 93463 and 464. I'm not sure if Los Olivos on the south side has a different zip code than that.
We can look into it.
They're,
Yeah.
I think they're 93441 or 93440, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's Ballard and north of there. And then I know on the west side of, depending on what you guys think of San Ynez Valley, on the west side, I know with our sheriff's department, we consider the west side of Buellton city limits, I believe, becomes Lompoc Valley, if I'm not mistaken. Mail Road to Mail Road, so a little bit further, so that's an unincorporated area, this is San Ynez Valley.
there's also the area by
for
the
us.
airport, which is 93460. So
Right.
it's just a suggestion to try to give a little bit more structure to what that area looks like.
Well, any other thoughts or discussion on that?
I got a whole zip code map. You can look up anything these days, you know?
On a zip code map?
Yeah.
I think we can add that in if we decide that's what we want to do. Do we have a consensus if that's what we want to try to do? Add zip codes in?
Yeah.
And on the second reading, you're not supposed to make substantive changes. You can make typographical changes. I would not consider the addition of yet another zip code to the definition of Santa Ynez Valley a particularly substantive change. So if you get comments from your constituents in between this meeting and the next meeting that, oh, maybe 93105 should have been added, then you can bring that back for discussion. But in looking at the zip code map I have in front of me, 93464, 93463, 93441, and 93460 seem to encompass the vast majority of what I understand to be the Santa Ynez Valley.
Yep. That sounds good.
Okay,
I'll go along with that.
I'll go ahead and put those zip codes in
Okay.
as the definition of the Santa Ynez Valley. And are you okay with legal resident or business operator? Or do you want to just maintain it at legal resident at this point?
Oh, I think it has to be, we have to include business operators that don't live particularly right in the area.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they have a vested interest in how the city is handled.
Absolutely. Especially when it comes to their sign ordinances,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, so I will make the change and it'll say each design review committee member shall be a legal resident or business operator with business within the Santa Ynez Valley at the time of the member's appointment and during the member's tenure in office. And then I will define the Santa Ynez Valley with those zip codes.
Number, are we continuing?
Yes.
Number 4, where it said the BAR members did not include some area of expertise required for BDC members, that is local history, historic preservation, construction, real estate, geography, arts, landscape, architecture, and planning. I would put somewhere in there that that's preferred but not mandatory.
I would agree.
What page was that on?
It's number 4, page 46.
46.
So the easiest way to make that change is each member should have a demonstrated interest in. And that takes it away from the mandatory.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would work, I think.
And we decided on the 2 years in number 1?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think, are we good with that, everybody? 2 years?
All right.
Okay. In the even year.
Okay.
Even years, yeah.
And then, on number 2, do we still want to have it as right now, each of us appoint a person? That's what it's
I
showing right
think
now.
that's fine.
I think so. I
Is that
agree.
okay? All right.
Okay with you, Jim?
And then I guess just to clarify, number 5, I believe we're intending it to be 3 of us as opposed to a quorum majority.
vote for getting
Let's
rid
talk
of-
about number 2 a little more. Instead of each of us trying to recruit somebody, if you had a group of people coming in, then it would be by consensus, would it not?
Well, that was what the old BAR.
I understand that.
Well, but if they send in 20 applications, pick one that you want and appoint that one, right?
Well, that's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is have them come before the council and do a presentation of what their qualifications are, and then we make a selection.
But you say we. An individual, you select one of those, or we as a group vote on one?
I would think I said council consensus, so we as a group would vote.
It would be similar to how the Branding and Design Committee was initially.
Right.
There was
And you do that.
12
There was a chart on the
applicants, and
wall
we
and
need 5, and
votes
everybody
and-
came in and gave a presentation, and then everybody voted in open session.
The way that was done was that there was a scoring card, so
Yeah.
each individual council member gave a score And then
I didn't
the council as a whole voted on whether the highest scoring individuals should have been appointed.
I haven't had to do that before.
Well, it was certainly interesting to see who valued the arts the most and who valued economic or architectural background. I think it's kind of awkward to expose how we personally feel about each applicant. I think just picking one and then have everybody vote on how we feel about that appointment is a lot less awkward and also more efficient than sitting here than trying to rate and then put them all together and then come up with high scoring, low scoring applicants. I just don't think it should be complicated.
Yeah, it took a
Councilmember
lot of
Clark, do you
time.
have any comments on that?
I don't think
Or
it should
any
be
ideas?
complicated. I agree with with Councilperson Orona. It should not be complicated. I think this is kind of an exercise that I personally just don't find interesting, not interesting, and really important right now. I think that we have bigger fish to fry than what to call things, what zip codes to have. If everybody wants to pick one person and then everybody else vote on it, I'm more than happy with that. I'm happy with the 2-year. I do have to say one thing, though. I think that if you do have a pool of qualified applicants, and I'm not picking on anyone specific, I promise, but if a spouse comes up by name and there's other people that want to be on the BAR, it's going to make us look like we're playing favorites, and I think it puts other council people in an awkward position to not go along with your council members who we all want to work together with. So depending upon the quantity of people that we get filing, I think that could be an issue, and we're going to get accused of favoritism or nepotism or whatever, if we do start putting spouses on commissions, et cetera. I just think it's a touchy subject. But I'll go along with the group.
But do you want to put that into the resolution?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. No, I agree. I don't think it comes across well, regardless of whether it's fair or not. It doesn't
Correct.
come
And then
across
regardless if
well.
that person's the smartest person, the best person, I think it makes an awkward
Yeah.
situation.
No, fair enough.
But I don't think it has to go into the writing. I think we can all use common sense.
So,
I like
Right
the
now-
2-year thing.
okay, so
And whatever you guys want to call this thing, whatever acronym you pick, I'm great with.
You're so easy, Robert.
I think we have bigger fish to fry.
definitely.
We do.
Yep.
So I think the consensus seems to be just have each member appoint.
Then we'll just leave it the way it was in the ordinance. Any other changes that the council would like to propose?
No.
Okay, then I would suggest that a council member make a motion to introduce for first reading the ordinance with the changes that we've discussed.
I'll move that we introduce for first reading the changes that we have just discussed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
That's 5-0.
And
Thank you, and we'll bring this back at the next meeting along with the resolution, eliminating the BDC by resolution, which will take effect on the same day that the ordinance becomes effective.
Great, thank you. At this time, we'll move up item number 7 to number 6. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the title of the new item number 6?
Item number 6 is now the COVID-19 update, and I will just take 1 second to get to my slides. Okay, so back to where we started with the city manager's report. It was a fast developing situation. What we have had occur throughout last week was there was a lot of confusion amongst businesses about and the public about how it was that restaurants were operating in San Luis Obispo County versus in Santa Barbara County. And essentially what happened was that San Luis Obispo County, which is the county level, is the authoritative level for the public health orders. It's not each city individually. But the county of San Luis Obispo, according to their public health department, when I called them, said that they made an interpretation as a county that because there was lack of detail in the state order, they didn't clearly say what prohibition for service outdoors meant. They interpreted that as a restaurant could not have a server go serve food outside to a table, but a restaurant could sell a to-go order, but still allow those customers to sit down and consume that food on a restaurant patio and outdoor sitting area. So that resulted in a very different treatment between the two counties, to where there was confusion as to why our outdoor patios are full in Pismo Beach and other cities potentially, but are not allowed to do so here in Santa Barbara County. So as I was trying to work through that issue, I happened to be this year as a chair between the San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara County City Managers Working Group. I actually had a call scheduled with them at noon today when the news came out that the governor was going to change things, and had a press conference actually held at noon. So I canceled that call, and the governor did announce at noon that he was lifting the stay-at-home order effective immediately, which put us into this framework once again of being in the purple tier. It is still a very restrictive tier, but it does allow, as I've previously mentioned, outdoor dining, and it does allow people to travel for leisure, and it's not limited only to essential workers. So what we saw as a repeat from back in March, when we first saw the stay-at-home order that went into effect back then, an extreme drop in our TOT earnings. Back in March, we were basically at zero of what we would normally be collecting. Our occupancy rates were as low as 6%. This time, our occupancy rates with a stay-at-home order dropped to about 20 to 30% on a weekly basis. More than half of our biggest earners, or largest hotels, had closed down the doors entirely. So this is a good news, and I was really, until this morning, preparing for quite a different report than this is now. But it's good news. I think that that confusion between the interpretations of, not having a very clear stay-at-home order are now gone, and everybody is back on the same level field of the purple tier. The events are unfortunately still not allowed, and obviously for Solvang, that is always how we've historically attract tourism, especially during the times when it would normally be slow. We could spring it up with some kind of an event. We do have a contract with IDK to hold events. Unfortunately, we cannot hold events. Drive-in events are allowed, but having spoken with IDK, it has to be a large enough venue for somebody putting on an event to actually make money on it. So there isn't, in accordance with their initial evaluation, a venue here in Solvang. Even if it was a larger lot, like Lot 72, where we had the drone show, to actually make an economic sense of it. So still little good news in that sense, but we should be seeing more tourists, and we will adjust our marketing messaging through IDK about how we once again invite people to safely visit Solvang, which has been our message throughout COVID-19. I would also like to let people and businesses know that Solvang Chamber of Commerce is the contracted, the official satellite office here for Santa Barbara County of the Economic Development Council, which is a nonprofit organization that serves to promote and grow businesses in areas like this. The chamber has entered into a contract to provide this work officially. So we encourage businesses to contact Solvang Chamber of Commerce to receive assistance. They're there to assist businesses with any state and federal programs that are available out there. They can help the businesses, and they do this not only for Solvang, but the entire county, to apply for any loans and grants. And I have asked Tracy Beard to be here today if she wants to say a few words about the work that they do.
Hi, how are you? I think what we have is we have a contract that we've gone into for our second year with the EDC Collaborative, and it is in Ventura County, Santa Barbara together, and we are providing the opportunity for people that do not know how to load their documents for grants, things of that nature, into the portals. That's been the biggest thing we've seen, is people don't know how to do that. After we turn 55, a lot of us have never loaded documents. I'm going to say it like that. Some of our businesses haven't, and it's challenging for them. So we are here to provide that opportunity for them and for the rest of the county also. We also have been the economic driver of working since December on a commercial that you've seen televised on KYT, KXX, on Channel 12, Channel Fox News. You've seen this commercial running with all the chambers of commerce to make sure that we did get open, and that was one of our lobbying issues on letter writing campaign, and Santa Barbara County sent in over 20,000 letters to make sure that we were opened throughout the county. So I'm proud of that fact, and we've worked very hard. You guys all received letters today, I think, as I saw from John Martino and Mr. David Brents. They have a concern, how do we make this so next time this doesn't happen? Because we can very easily go back to the purple tier, from the purple back on a lockdown. And we have to have a better plan. And we economically want to work with this city, just like, so we're not tied, our hands aren't tied. I've talked with Das Williams, and they started finding ways that it could be interpreted, which they were introducing tomorrow, and kind of trying to talk about, we all have to work together to make sure that we do have a good economic, that we stay open somehow, and how do we make service better for this community. So those are some of the things I just kind of wanted to share very quickly with you. I don't want to take up a lot of time because most people do know what we are doing at this point. But yes, we have run this major commercial and campaign throughout the county, and we do think that was able to do some help of, I don't know if all of you've seen it, but we've sent it to Zena. I think I sent it to everybody individually. But if you didn't see it, I will make sure you see it. And we want to be the economic driver and the partner for everyone in this community, and that's business and residential. Because if we don't do something to make sure the businesses stay, it increases the taxes for our residents, and we don't want to do that. We need to make sure people know what tourism does for this community. So thank you. Any questions?
Are there any questions, council members?
I'd just like to say thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
Chamber of Commerce does more for the businesses here than we can do as the city council. I think we need to get her a dictionary because she doesn't know the meaning of the word quit. And Tracy covers a lot of this. So I just wanted to say thank you, Tracy.
No, thank you. And it's been a pleasure, always working with everyone on the council, past, present, everything. We just want to make sure, no matter what, we've been here for the last 4 years with this contract. So it's been a good contract to make sure that this community knows that they can depend on. So thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Madam
If you
City
have
Manager,
any
is there
additional questions for me, that concludes the report. There is really no action that needs to be taken on this unless you have any additional direction that you would like to provide. We can either entertain any additional questions right now or open the item for public comment.
Is there anything that we as a city council and the city can do to provide for the businesses as we get ready for this opening tomorrow at 8 a.m.? I was kind of thinking, maybe adding a few tables and chairs out there on Copenhagen would be a huge plus for them and for all of the businesses.
So,
and even more in the parks. And I mean, if I was going to bring that, gladly we have better news, but that was going to be a suggestion. I was going to bring any place that's city-owned. We should be able to put down some benches where people can sit there in the park, a bunch more in the park, in some of the city parking lots that we have.
And add to that, before this change yesterday, one of the suggestions that I wanted to bring up, and I know it's ugly, but for Danish Days, we bring all those tables over from the middle school and put them, anyway, instead of having everybody crowding around those two tables by the statue of Hans Christian Andersen in Solvang Park, put more park benches in Solvang Park, and also put tables and chairs from Alisal all the way to the end of the street closure on Copenhagen, every 6 feet apart, so at least people could have more room in public space to eat those meals. It's just a thought, and then a lot of that changed. But I don't see a problem with putting more tables out. I don't think we can have enough tables. If we're gonna have the restaurants open, people are going to come, they're gonna stay in some hotels, because they know they can sit down and eat somewhere instead of a curb or in their car. So I think as many tables and chairs as we can put out can only help.
I would go along with that. I don't want to limit it to Copenhagen. We have businesses all over.
Totally agree with you, because it alienates
We need,
Solvang Brew, Succulent, Paula's Pancake House, et cetera.
yeah, the tap
So-
room, there's all
I
kinds
know.
of
We're open
places
before.
that need to have.
I'm racking my brain on that one. Well, but then again, today we're opening, so they can, Paula Pancake House can go back to see serving outside with their
Yep.
orange barricades, and it's a great world.
But to piggyback on what Councilmember Clark was saying, that was where I was going with that. And that was why I was suggesting some of the parking lots, especially down Lot 3, down in that area, where we could add a few benches even in the parking lot, which probably wouldn't obstruct too much, just a couple.
We could put benches in all the closed businesses. They could even have a bathroom.
Well,
So I think it's definitely viable, obviously. So since this change happened and the county announced their amendment to the public health order right before this council meeting goes into effect tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., we've put out a communication out to businesses that you can go back to your purple tier. I think everybody's by now pretty familiar with what that is. We've been there a couple of times before. With that, all of their encroachment permits for operations outdoors will be still in effect, so they can just bring their furniture out and go back to operating that way. When we were before in purple and red tier, that seating was limited. Even with having it sitting outside, there would always be people kind of hovering around waiting for the next table to open up. So I think even with this positive change, putting more sitting outside is definitely a good, viable solution. Back when we were looking at acquiring more seating before, rentals nowadays have skyrocketed, or at least were before, to where it was a lot more economically feasible to just buy our own tables and chairs, which is what we did. We got about 10 sets of them. They're about $500 for a table with 4 chairs. So if that is the general direction you want to give today, I think some of that we could probably purchase with some savings from the existing budget, and if there is any need to ask you for additional appropriations, I could come back to you at the next council meeting.
thank you. Tracy, is there anything specific that any of the business have mentioned and asked of you that they would like to see happen? Sorry, I should have asked before you sat down.
That's okay. I think what we need to have is just not consider what Copenhagen is, but consider where we are with up and down, on Alisal, on what we call up on Fifth, the Fifth Street area block. We have to look at everything and make sure everybody has those places to sit. And as I said, look at what happened on a shutdown. Are we ready for that? And can we reinterpret the community health department orders? And that's probably the most important thing that we do, that we position ourselves for next time economically. Because I have a feeling, I don't think this is going away right now, guys. Unfortunately, it's going to go like this still a few more weeks. And we have to make sure they're ready. But I think more tables and chairs down behind Peasants Feast in different areas that are public spaces, sidewalk spaces, push them out away from the buildings more, things of that nature. I think that would be a big help, definitely. And to maybe pull back slightly, if you've all been to Pismo, maybe look at a one-way area at this time, and look at a one-way on Copenhagen possibly, and just allow us to have the parklets in areas, and at the same time, maybe some one-way traffic. That might be, open it up a little differently. We can do this and we can do this together. It doesn't mean that we don't want to close Copenhagen long-term, or we have studies, plans that we can talk, but we've got to make some changes right now, because when you look down Copenhagen, it's a dead zone. And it's very sad, and I think your hearts bleed, all 5 of you up here, and that. And you've been there on the weekends, you've seen it when it rains. Today was just like, and weather's always going to impact us in Solvang, no matter what, but it's got to be a change for us for the better. And so I think that's all. Do I need to say anything else economically about if I, want to work with you guys on some other level on things we've been doing at the chamber, or no?
I think this would be a good time.
Yeah.
We're still talking about COVID.
Okay. Well, I think economically, we talked about where we are with the commercial and what we've put in, and that we were able to partner with all the chambers. Is that something that we kind of had some discussions of that we bring to the table, or
That
on
was,
on our commercial of where we're at?
I think so.
yeah.
I think you can bring that up.
Okay.
I've made Tracy a promise at my authority of $3,500, but I think it will be very good for you all to know what this
Think
process
it's,
is. And
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we economically want to make sure that everything we're doing speaks for all the people of Solvang and all of our businesses, and not just for the downtown, but every one of our businesses, how they're impacted with. And that's what we want to make sure we're doing, that we are that voice to Steve Bennett's office, we're the voice to Monique Lamone's office, that we have done that, and we're trying to make sure that our community knows that we have to be your voice and we have to be their voice too. So, yeah, so we're very grateful for the work that we're doing with Zena and that we've, met with you on, so thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
So, 2 more things about COVID.
Absolutely.
I think first and foremost, the businesses that have contacted me and have spoken about what's going on, they don't want grants and they don't want loans. They just want to be left alone to do business. They'll take care of themselves if the city can open up, and we're a step in the right direction. Another thing is, we're dealing with a county that sent a letter to businesses in Solvang last week asking them to partner with the County of Santa Barbara employees, all 46,000 of them, to offer discounts to stimulate business. And a local businessman said, I did $48 last week. I'd rather give my discount to somebody who's out of work and not a county employee. And he received a letter apologizing from the county, saying this was ill-timed. And my favorite line is, it was tone deaf. I'm like, okay, but I think I know what she meant. Just really funny that the county would send out a letter like that during COVID, when businesses are shut down, asking businesses to offer discounts to 46,000 county employees is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Agreed.
I'm glad that I did not get that letter, because I will definitely be outraged. I want to say to all of the businesses that reached out to us, thank you. And I empathize with your frustration. I also have a business that has been shut down and severely impacted. And let's remember that we are all in this together. If you go down to Santa Barbara, you see that State Street is deserted. Not that that makes our situation any better, but it's very easy to point fingers and say nobody's doing enough to help the situation. And the truth is that there are also people that are struggling to get the healthcare that they need, that they are fighting for their lives. And there will also want to be pointed fingers when they say nobody did enough to prevent the spread. There are no easy solutions for this, but I would wonder when people say that we are not doing enough, whether the statement that was made by somebody that is not here, that did not even bother to show up to his very last meeting, whether that bad press release discourage the public by giving the impression that the city does not care about the safety of our visitors and residents, because that is not true. We very much care, and we want our businesses to do well, and we also want the public to stay healthy. So that being said, I do want to remind everybody that just because we are able to go on with outdoor dining and travel, that doesn't mean that we want to take this threat lightly. We're still learning about the virus and new variants on what this is going to do in terms of public health. If we all act like we take this seriously, wear our masks, and do our best to encourage social distancing and follow the protocols that, frankly, businesses have gone above and beyond to establish to keep both employees and visitors safe, we are going to ride this through. And we have a tremendous opportunity right now when things are opening up and we are able to entertain guests again. Places like Anaheim or that rely on one amusement park or one particular event to up their revenues are not going to have this chance for a very, very long time. So yes, it's terrible that we had to take the losses that we take so far, and my heart goes out to anybody whose business didn't survive or who has had a loss at a personal human level. But we have the chance to do better that a lot of people will not have in a long time or ever. So please be patient, and we're going to get through this.
Any other comments?
No.
Seeing none. Do we take it to the, there was no action on this, but.
No action, but you should take it to the public comment.
Yep.
Would anybody like to make a comment on this item in person or on Zoom? If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand on Zoom. Seeing no public comment.
All right, bring it back. I have it listed as item number 8, but we're going to say item number 7, which is now the COVID-19 community.
So this item is COVID-19 Community Food Distribution Assistance. During the last council, on January 11th, Mayor Uhrig had requested whether it could be considered that the city may want to allocate some funds to help with the local food distribution efforts. Chris Brown from Bethania Church spoke during public comment and provided some information about the consistent efforts that have been done through Bethania Church Distribution Center since the onset of COVID-19. So what we heard was that needs have been definitely increasing over time. Currently, Bethania Church is serving about 1,200 to 1,600 individuals weekly. I have asked what the cost is per bag for that distribution, and it's about $2 per bag. So with that in mind, my original recommendation was that if the city council would like to make a contribution towards this kind of assistance for food distribution for those who are in need in our community because they're out of work, the council could consider providing with a one-time immediate grant to Bethania Church, for example, and could also direct staff to work with local jurisdictions overall to continue this conversation of ongoing need, and maybe bringing back another item down the line for any continuous assistance that you might want to consider through this pandemic. In looking through the current FEMA guidelines and what is reimbursable or not reimbursable, I would definitely treat any contribution like this that you would consider making as not being reimbursable by FEMA. There are some provisions where some instances and reporting is required may trigger reimbursement, but I would say that the majority of this kind of food distribution assistance at this point would not be reimbursable by FEMA. So this would be a city grant to an organization that is assisting our community. And that concludes my report. I think Chris Brown is here in the audience if you would like to hear more, at least about the Bethania Church food distribution efforts.
Pastor Chris?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions. I gave a pretty comprehensive report 2 weeks ago about what we're doing. I really just want to emphasize that this is centered on simply providing a need for our community. In no way is there a religious element attached to any of this. We've been doing this since the pandemic started. The very first Tuesday that the first shutdown happened, we started with this. I'm proud to say that with 70 volunteers and a lot of work, we are the largest food service need for COVID relief in the entire valley. Something we're very passionate about. There are no paid people involved in this. My salary is paid by the church. My duties are not involved in this from what I am paid for. So everything that this would be going to is strictly food assistance. None of it would be going to salaries, administrative costs. You would be funding work by members of this community who have been volunteering their time and their energy for 45 weeks straight now. I also want to say that as we talk about businesses, helping our local businesses, the majority of people that are coming through our food line are our farm workers and our service industry workers. About 97% of the people coming through our line are residents of the San Ynez Valley. These are the people that harvest our food. These are the people that work at the restaurants that we are desperately trying to reopen. And this is assistance that they are depending on. So whatever the city is able to do, we are grateful for. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions that any council members might have.
Are there any questions of any council members?
No.
Can you give us a rundown of all the work that you guys do, from getting it there early in the morning to unload these huge trucks to sorting through the produce, deciding kind of how you're putting it together,
Yeah.
all the way down to, delivering it to people
Yeah.
who need it?
Absolutely. The vast majority of the work happens on Tuesday. Around 9:30 is when we get the trucks that come from Veggie Rescue and from the Santa Barbara Food Bank. That food is unloaded with their help and with our volunteers' help, and then it is strategically placed around our property, not to conflict with our preschool, which has its own guidelines that they strictly have to follow. Then at 11:30, about half of our volunteers come to place that. I mean, we're talking about thousands of pounds of food around the property so that it can then be individually bagged. And we bag approximately 500 bags every single week. Then that food is placed inside the church until the evening. The food distribution starts at 5:15. We have another large portion of volunteers that help distribute that food. We also distribute incontinence supplies for the elderly, diapers, and baby wipes, because those are not able to be purchased through SNAP. And so we do spend a portion of our money to help the elderly and mothers as well. We offer a drive-through line that goes, it's one of the most extraordinary things you can see at about 5:15 is to see that cars start in front of the church sanctuary, head north up Atterdag, go on Eucalyptus, and literally wrap around the entire block, sometimes going past the stop sign, making more than a full circle of cars waiting for the drive-through to start. Then we also offer a walk-up line. And so we have two different sections with volunteers for each section where people can either walk up or drive through and have those bags placed in their cars. We also put what we're calling a blessing box. We put it up Easter Sunday. And so we do spend a portion of our own money filling that box, which again is just food needs, for the community to come, so that Tuesday is not the only day people can come and get stuff, but that this box is, we fill it about 20 times a day, so that people can come throughout the week as well and get food from this box. So we do have some human power happening throughout the week, filling this box, but most of it does happen on Tuesday.
That's amazing.
And just to clarify, the funds, whatever that are distributed, would go to the church and not to the food bank? Is that the way I understand it?
Yeah, the food bank is funded through federal and state grants, so that we don't pay for that portion of the food. As I said 2 weeks ago, we never know what we're getting from them. I mean, honestly, it's been times where it's a truckload of like saltine crackers. And so we're very committed to offering a very nutritional bag of food that can last about a week for a household. And so we are spending around $2,000 a week to supplement what we are receiving from Food Bank and from Veggie Rescue to make sure that people are getting a nutritional bag of food for the week. So yeah, that would be coming from us. And maybe to respond to your report, Ms. Bradford, is that we've been taking our own accounting of everything we've done since the beginning, so we can work with you, and we do have all that information.
And just one last question. Do you have the numbers that were from last week?
Yeah, it was 1,197 people. We have seen a dip when the stimulus, the $600 checks went out. We expect that to maintain as some people have not gotten that money until there is another stimulus package that is passed that includes direct payments into individual accounts. We expect those numbers to go back up. With the closures we have now, I would imagine that that'll go up to about 1,400 to 1,500 individuals.
Jeez.
Any other questions?
No, give them the money.
Yeah, can we do a motion?
Pardon?
Can we do a motion?
Yeah.
We haven't done public.
We actually have to go to public comment first, so is there anybody here in person that would like to make any comments regarding? Tracy? Or just a thumbs up, okay. Seeing none and I don't have any speaker slips, is there anyone in Zoom?
If you would like to make a comment on Zoom, please raise your hand. Seeing no speakers.
Okay. And is there any discussion of the council? Nope. May I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we follow the recommendation for the $10,000 grant.
I'll second that.
May I have a roll call?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Euring.
Yes.
That's 5-0.
Thank you, everybody. I just want to say we are a small community. Councilmember Infante, you're the only person I don't know personally up on that dais. I know each of you through my work through various ways, and thank you all so much for doing this. I'm happy to know each of you and to know that this is not just some anonymous thing that the city is doing, but that we're all connected in the help that we do. So thank you.
We should talk,
We
at
should.
least because we're Vikings.
We should talk, and yes.
Well,
Thank you.
I know our city and our residents, business owners, all appreciate the efforts that you have.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'd like to take a short little break, 5 minutes if possible. And we'll be right back.
Thank you.
You had a piece of, I didn't get it. There's a piece of string in there. Here you go.
It's my string cheese.
Alvin?
We're ready. All right, we're back in session. Madam City Clerk, would you please read item number 8?
Item number 8 is sign ordinance enforcement. The recommendation is to receive a report on sign ordinance enforcement and city COVID-19 policies for sign regulations and provide staff with policy direction. This was an item that was requested by Mayor Pro Tem Ronan with general consensus of the council as of last council meeting on January 11th. At the onset of the pandemic back in March, City Council took a number of actions, one of which was declaring an emergency for the pandemic and economic cessation, and then also took a number of actions directing staff to assist businesses and to relax enforcement of the sign ordinance to allow businesses to provide signage that usually would not be allowed by the sign ordinance. The two most brightest examples are directional signs that can be placed in different public right-of-way places with an encroachment permit, and also banner type of signs. When we originally had the stay-at-home order in March, those signs, especially the banner type of signs, were very effective in terms of communicating to the public the state of that particular business and what kind of services they were offering. It was a very fast changing situation. It was hard for businesses to keep up the most up-to-date information on websites, or for us to keep the most up information on the websites. So the most effective way of communication was just putting out whatever signs they needed to say curbside is available or what their hours of operations were. Now, as we everybody became a lot more accustomed to doing business with COVID-19, the county and the state came up with these tiers. There became, a little bit more of a steady process that we are going through, even though it still keeps going back and forth. And we just saw over this weekend how quickly things can happen. And that's been the history with Governor Newsom, to where the news has been coming out rather rapidly without a warning. So the signs currently are our standard for the city enforcement is still relaxed. We are not enforcing signs that are banner type of signs, and we are also allowing businesses to apply to place signs that are directional signs in public right-of-ways, as long as there's an encroachment permit for safety and liability reasons. The Branding and Design Committee had done some work on this. As part of the Copenhagen closure design, they did recommend that the banner type of signs should not be allowed. And then they also came up with an idea of installing sort of central kiosk type, or a pole with different wayfinding type of signs for different businesses in intersections of the downtown area, such as the Copenhagen, to where businesses could partner with the city and could purchase basically a space to put their sign on the city-maintained type of device. So that is something that the BDC did as their last action that has not been yet considered by council. If that is something that you are interested in pursuing, you could direct staff to research different solutions, what those costs would be, and how such a program could operate. You can also provide with more general direction whether you want us to continue to provide this relaxed non-enforcement of sign regulations in these two particular instances, or whether you would like to go back to the sign ordinance enforcement.
How busy is staff now on signage?
We are not currently enforcing signs or sign ordinance as of right now.
No,
with
but are
code
complaints causing a lot of staff time because I think it's relaxed pretty much now, and people are getting banner signs out and so forth, and it's not causing staff a lot of time?
I have not had any complaints in a very long time now about any sign that came, as a complaint to code enforcement or the city.
Yeah. I don't know about everybody else, but I'd like to keep it relaxed until we get through this mess.
Agreed.
Well, what brought this up was the issue of a couple of signs conflicting. We'll use that word. Is that right?
Yeah, I did see in a particular instance where there was one sign placed, and when there was another sign, and then a competing shop started putting also a sign, and then you kind of have these blockade battle of signs going on in the street. So, I'm not against relaxed regulations that allow for banners or signs that are off premises to help business go in. But what I don't want to see is, businesses trying to outdo one another with, as they're competing for businesses via signs. I also see kind of abuse of installations. I've seen signs that are encroach on, say, the kiosk while people are hanging out there. If one business gets away with that, is all of a sudden everybody gonna wanna do that, and then the kiosk gets turned into a billboard. I'm just trying to prevent that situation, and maybe once that the DRC is established, they can work with what they can allow and what doesn't. And maybe we don't want to take give direction to staff right now to start actively enforcing that if we are still working on what regulations, what parameters are being set up. But it is a situation that you don't want escalating.
So
Go ahead.
I was going to say that means that we need to do just a little mediating between businesses when it gets to be an issue.
Case by case, yeah.
Yeah, on a case-by-case basis, and not write a new code or not change the sign ordinance at this point.
Right.
Has the city, or was the city made aware of the businesses that Mayor Pro Tem Arona was referring to? And was there any education or type of mediation done at this point?
No, this
No.
was not brought up to the city. So yes,
But-
definitely, and through the encouragement, go ahead.
We do have a code enforcement officer, right?
We do have a code enforcement officer. We will, to extent possible, if noted, remove any type of advertisement off of, say, city property, the city park. We won't allow things like that. We also keep an eye on whether any kind of signs are placed to where they're actually in the public right of way, to where there's not enough room for passage. Those type of things we will continue to enforce. And if there are issues like that, I would encourage definitely the community to bring it up to the city through our general channels to code enforcement and to our general phone line. And we'll definitely look into those case-on-case basis.
Yeah.
Okay. Did my comments need a motion, or is
I think
just direction to staff?
We need to go to public comment first, but just winding up, I would feel that same way. I think right now we need to review full-on sign ordinance. I think that we should actually let the
DRC.
DRC look into that, but right now we need to help our businesses as much as possible. I think, as you mentioned, though, maybe if Mayor Pro Tem Arona could let you know who those businesses might be, then at least the code enforcement officer can go in and do an educational type of posture and let them know what will be allowed and what won't be, at this time, based on right-of-way, public right-of-ways and things such as that.
Absolutely.
And possibly if they even have an encroachment permit, because that is needed still to be able to put
Yes.
these signs out.
Correct.
So just everyone understands that as far as the businesses.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion at this point? If not, I'll throw it out to public comment.
Would anybody like to make a comment on this item? If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. I'm seeing no public comment.
No public
I
comment.
would just like to clarify that there was one item that was a recommendation of the BDC to potentially consider additional type of wayfinding ideas to be placed on Copenhagen, where the majority of the traffic goes through Copenhagen Drive and not so much through the intersection streets, First, Second Street. So there could be, if council wants to consider that direction, you could give me a general direction to come back at a later date with some ideas on that.
Yeah, we already have a sign, don't we, on First Street in Copenhagen that shows businesses both ways?
No,
If
what
you're walking
what
down
we
Copenhagen?
have, so in Planters, and this happened before me, there is signs that have a QA code that basically say shops, restaurants in every single direction. It's a little bit different idea than having an actual sign or a pole with, maybe nicely designed signs that says this type of business this way, this type of business that way. It is something that potentially could work to where, this through the city, a business could purchase space there to indicate that this way down First Street or Second Street, there is actually a business. So it is something that we can look into, but that was a recommendation from BDC that, I hadn't followed up on earlier this year.
I like that idea. I do get a lot of customers asking which way are the restaurants or, where are the restrooms. They're looking for assistance on where to find things. So I definitely think that those would be helpful. And I think businesses would love another opportunity to put information towards their shop out there in the public eye, especially if they're in hard to reach places. I would only say, rather add, that staff should look at it, helping businesses not just on Copenhagen Drive, but seeing where they are effectively placed so that everybody in town is, assisted.
There's a couple of things that have to be considered. First, if that's a possibility, one of the comments was made about putting a one-way street down the middle of Copenhagen instead of a completely closed-off street. That's going to affect where we're going to put signs and things of that nature. The other thing is that I've been talking with Tracy at Chamber of Commerce, and they are putting together a package that you'll be able to get a map of the city on your phone with all of the restaurants, locations, restrooms, all those kinds of things. That will be coming, which would minimize the need for signs. I mean, some of us are old and don't use those things. Sorry, Jim. But yeah, anyway, so we have a couple of things to consider before we make any rash decisions about what we're going to do with signs, I think.
All right. Is there any more discussion at this point? All right, and we've had no public comment
No
out
public
there. At this point, it looks like we need to have a motion, but I think maybe it's just to provide direction to continue to allow directional signs and banner type of signs during COVID-19.
And if they desire to, do something off premise just to check in with city staff and on the appropriate encroachment.
All right, is there anyone that could make a motion? I'll make a motion to direct city council, just that at this point, we would just continue to allow directional signs and banner types of signs during the COVID-19.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Yes.
Councilmember Tom?
Yes.
Mayor Yurg?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Do we need to make a motion on the second half of that? I think we'll just leave it at that.
General direction is fine.
Madam Clerk, would you please read the title of item number 9?
Item number 9 is now the second quarter financial report and mid-year budget review. The recommendation is to receive second quarter financial report and approve recommended budget adjustments. I'm going to just use this report out of the agenda packet. It's kind of our guiding point here. I'd just like to start by giving some historic information of where we started when the pandemic originally onset back in March of 2020, and when the state, or the United States, the state, and then the city itself had declared an economic emergency. At that time, if you would recall, the city of Solvang, under the first stay-at-home order, was completely shut down. We went from busy streets, cars everywhere, people everywhere, to basically looking as if Disneyland had closed its doors, even though we don't have gates like Disneyland does. But it was just absolutely no economic activity for a while, until everybody started to kind of develop how the economic recovery would take place, and there were some positive changes. But for a few months, though, during that time, we were losing close to $500,000 a month in our TOT and sales tax revenue. So the TOT for City of Solvang constitutes 50% of its general fund revenue. General fund revenue is what funds all of your basic city services except for your water, wastewater, and transit operations. Just to give a little bit of, oops, the computer is sliding around a little bit. To give a little bit of an overview about the impact that that has had on the financials for the city. As you would recall, during your last council meeting, you received the CAFR, the annual audited financial statements. That showed that overall, as a city, we did this particular year from 2019 to 2020 draw on our reserves instead of increasing our reserves. So that graph on the top of page 80 of your packet shows that, for example, in 2018, the city didn't expend as much as they were anticipating, or was able to save $2 million. In our case, in 2020, we actually drew $2 million. That is for all funds, including water and wastewater, and some of that contributes to capital improvement program as well. And about $1 million, $1.1 million it was due to the loss of that revenue in general fund. So as it was shown to you during the CAFR presentation, is that general fund for the city is in healthy position, primarily because we have really outstanding reserves. So you can see that back in 2018, the city had 17 months worth of funding in the reserves towards operations. Right now, we are at 13. The GFOA, which is a Government Fiscal Officers Association, that's a national organization. They are the most proactive organization that works with all the finance officers throughout the nation, recommends a minimum of 2 months as a recommendation to have in reserves. So we're definitely far exceeding that recommendation. We're doing well in that sense. Now, I'd like to show this chart here on page 81, because I think that's really interesting for the city of Solvang to think about. City of Solvang is actually the third most reliant jurisdiction city in the state of California on TOT. So this graph shows reliance on TOT, which is on the left, and then sales tax on the bottom. You'll see that Solvang is right up there. There's only 2 dots above us. And it's good to know here in the notes that the 2 cities that are above us in terms of dependency on TOT, Mammoth Lake at 70% and Yountville at 64%.
Say that again?
The first one is Mammoth Lakes,
Mammoth.
70% reliance, and Yountville, 64% reliance. Solvang is number 3, so I think it's not surprising that we are definitely hurting so much more in terms of shutdowns. When the hotels are closed, our revenue is primarily gone. I wanted to point out that we did actually recover pretty well as the economy started to open up. So when we saw 6% occupancy rate back in April of 2020, then we saw throughout the summer, as we got into the purple tier, rising to about 20%. By the time we got into red tier, we were back up to 71% in October. And frankly, and this is something that other cities are reporting too, the trends are really kind of all over and sometimes surprising. In October of this past October, compared to October of 2019, we actually have done better. So in October of 2020, we had collected 402,947 in comparison to 366,920 the prior year. And our average daily rate actually had gone up to $190 compared to $169 the prior year. So generally speaking, and this was seen before in the city of Solvang when we were going through the Great Recession in the 2000s, that Solvang does benefit from the fact that when international travel is not possible, et cetera, we definitely get people coming up from Malay, which is our primary basin for tourism, and we see much healthier recovery than many other jurisdictions in that sense. So the chart on page 82 shows sort of a projection of TOT, and I was doing this at the time when we were still in the stay-at-home order, and there was absolutely no indication on that when that would be lifted. I have some hope now that with the next quarterly financial report, we might see better improvement than this forecast. This was a little bit conservative, stating that we would stay at 20-30% for a few more months before getting up back to 40, 60, and 70% in the later months. But having this conservative projection here, as shown, put us basically right at the budget of what we were anticipating. So, and I would not recommend changing our projections on revenue given all of the uncertainty until we actually see some dollars coming in that we can count on. Sales tax, and actually I just received the numbers for November today. We were doing very well through October. We were basically just a few thousand below the prior year level. And November numbers came in rather good as well. We collected $129,000 in November, which is just about $20,000 less than November of prior year. So our sales tax is not doing too badly, but we do not collect a lot of sales tax. We only have $1.4 million that comes out of the 1% that comes to us through the state allocation. So that is still on forecast as well. It's just a little bit down from usual levels. And then I'd like to talk about some risk factors in terms of the long-term fiscal health. And I think it's really important for city to be very mindful of the long-term fiscal health. So one of the elements that we have uncertainty is definitely the economy. This is an unprecedented event that hasn't happened in modern economy. There's still all sorts of questions about how national economy and state economy or local economy is actually going to recover, which will impact your sales tax and ability for people to travel. I also want to point out that we have the pension plan. Sorry, lost my page here. But our pension liability is growing in a way. Over the last several years, the pension CalPERS has been making adjustments to their assumptions to stabilize their fund. That has been an issue for several years now for all member cities in this California. And what we are essentially seeing is that payments for pensions are going up every year and will continue to go up for paying down unfunded liabilities through about fiscal year 26, 27, 28. So what I had on chart here is also market sensitivity, which is what really kind of scares people in terms of any potential significant impacts that could come out of this pension system. And you will see that right now we are at an assumption of 7%, which puts us at an unfunded liability of about $4.6 million. If the fund is not meeting that long-term average earning rate, and the CalPERS board, to stabilize the fund, might have to make a difficult decision of lowering that discount rate again, as they did a few years ago. That would definitely become a significant hardship on all of the cities in California, including Solvang, and even our reserves would be insufficient really to cover this, and that would need, potentially require additional restructure. So 1% change brings up the unfunded liability to $7 million from 4.6. So just those assumptions to minimize or to stabilize that kind of pension fund can have very significant impacts on cities, and unfortunately the city is contracted with this jurisdiction, and getting out of it is almost impossible. The payout liability is just through the roof. It's millions of dollars they charge you. They make an assumption of about 1.5%, and so it would be some $20 million to get out of the plan. So that's not feasible. We just have to work with them. So the other issue that I wanted to bring up as far as uncertainties is actually the preliminary numbers that the County of Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department has presented to the three contract cities, or it's Goleta, Carpinteria, Buellton, and Solvang. And they had changed the methodology a few years ago, and the last contract was negotiated 2 years ago about full cost recovery. They have had a new consultant that they used and have done some preliminary numbers for us. At this point, the city managers took a very strong position that we will have to work with the county and the CEO's office, and it will be unacceptable for us to accept those preliminary numbers for the city of Solvang. The rise in the contract cost with some true-ups from the past was 37%. So that is definitely not something feasible at all. They are currently working with the county executive office to bring us back a proposal that may be more palatable. Now, I want to show a page now that talks about the prior city council direction. Prior city council, on page 86, you have the actual minutes. Gave staff direction and directed city manager, emergency services director to work with the city attorney to immediately develop and implement measures to receive emergency response and adjust operations and expenditures to address economic impacts and ensure long-term fiscal health, including taking actions to meet the budget adjustments with the goal of freeing up $1 million in cost savings as follows. So based on that direction, certain changes were made, and the budget for the current year is actually balanced in terms of the fact that revenues for the general fund meet expenditures for the general fund, so you want to look at that long-term structure. Otherwise, if appropriations beyond the revenue levels were made, that would draw on reserves. So you will see here on page 87 the comparison in positions. Actually, I want to go to the one for the general fund, as that's where most of the changes occurred. On page 88, you see a chart that shows the funding of the positions that existed in the prior fiscal year, 1920, compared to the currently funded positions. These calculations here are made based on The 2020-21 dollars, i.e. any increases per the MOU are included in this calculation. So if those positions were to be here today, that would be the cost. And it's compared to on the right to the current existing organizational structure. So you will see that the positions that are highlighted in gray are all of the positions that were effectively defunded. And then you will see the positions that are in green as positions that were modified with the financial plan or subsequently. So with the financial plan, the council authorized bringing or increasing budget to add or bring back a part-time office assistant, to add a management analyst position, and to modify the accountant position to accounting supervisor position. Now below that, I have a chart that compares the actual costs that were made in the general fund towards other operating costs through contracts. So you will see on the left what exactly what dollars were spent on what type of activity. We are contract services on the left, and on the right you will see the current contracts or contract services that are approved within the current budget. So there's the prior year cost was $4.4 million, and now we at $3.6 million. So there's been reductions compared to, not budgetarily, but actuals to budget. Page 89 just shows you your historic overview of what the city has been spending on what is called and known here in the city of Solvang as the grant program. And that is basically a way in the process that the city councils have allocated dollars toward different nonprofits that they wanted to support. There's usually a process, and there's an item later today on the agenda to where the city council sets a policy for grant funding that's being provided to all the organizations that are in the community. The organizations then submit their requests with their applications, and these grants are awarded through the budget process. So you will see that the funding was significantly decreased over the last couple of years, to where a couple of years ago it was up to $319,000 in this type of appropriations, and last year the council only adopted $82,500 towards the grant program. Now, on page 90, you will see that the council, since the adoption, had made certain decisions through various council items to where additional appropriations impacting the fund balance were made. So there was $66,000 appropriated towards the general plan update. $20,000 was appropriated to implement the BDC improvements to the Copenhagen Drive, and then $10,000 was appropriated to work on maintaining Solvang economy and assist local businesses. The two budget adjustments that I'm recommending today is one, to reduce the budget for legal fees by $50,000. The fiscal year budget for legal services was $260 from the general fund. Approximately $130,000 has been expended to date. If you continue to operate at a similar cost as the current contract, the anticipation is that no more than $80,000 will be used throughout the rest of the year, which results in savings of $50,000 that I think the council can reduce this budget by. There was also a request by Mayor Uhrig to look into additional cleanings for the bathrooms. So the cost of cleaning is about $100 per cleaning. This recommendation is to add $10,000 into the budget for additional cleaning and maintenance of the bathrooms. Staff will monitor that and definitely focus on the times when there's high frequency of use of the bathrooms, when we're a little bit busier. But $10,000 will essentially buy us 100 additional cleanings. Now, I want to just briefly I want to briefly walk you through the alternatives. And council essentially has the authority to provide with any policy direction on how you see fit as far as increase in any services that you might want to see, and direction on whether or not you would be interested in bringing recommendations that do draw on reserves. On page 91 here, I summarize in brief what services have been impacted by the reductions in staffing due to COVID-19 prior direction. I would say that customer service is definitely one of those areas. We have closed the doors and we are operating with only one part-time receptionist position. There is, I think, even in the current day, enough work that could be done to increase that service, but definitely will be even more need when the city actually opens the doors. Planning department hours have been amended to where we went from, 40 hours a week open operation to only office hours 2 afternoons a week that we provide to our community, and those services have been provided by appointment. Building services is another area where we went from full-time operation to only 1 day a week operation. Once again, this is being done by appointment only. Recreation has been reduced to minimals only. And of course, in recreation right now, we're experiencing the difficulty that a lot of the activities continue to be not allowed based on COVID-19. So we still have our senior recreation coordinator who, if there's not enough recreation work, actually assists with other duties as a temporary sort of solution. We have not filled the public works technician, which remains to be a question that at some point may need to be addressed. The city clerk position used to be a city clerk / executive assistant. The city clerk, truly city clerk duties are, generally speaking, part-time duties. That has been absorbed by the city manager within my contract. I would potentially recommend at some point considering maybe a part-time deputy city clerk to address those needs going forward. Executive assistant is a part-time executive assistant duties, which have also been absorbed by existing staff, mainly by the management analyst at a lower cost, actually, than the previous city clerk executive assistant was costing us. And we were lucky to have a successful recruitment in that sense and have actually an individual on staff who works with a working title of assistant to the city manager and has a master's degree in public administration. So we have good help at a lower cost. We also have, moving on to maintenance. In maintenance, we lost 2 positions across the city between parks maintenance and the public works maintenance. So there's definitely minimal services being provided. So if we continue to operate within this staffing level, there's some need for striping and additional, especially parks type of maintenance and landscaping. The Administrative Services Director, a position that was here for a long time, which oversaw finance, IT, and HR. Those duties have been transitioned into a new organizational structure. of accounting supervisor position, which now supervises the accounting unit and is fully responsible for financial statements. So that workload has been transitioned. The information technology contract management, human resources management have been absorbed partially by still the city manager and partially by the management analyst. So today, if the council would like to provide me with any general direction in terms of service levels at the city and what you would like to consider as far as funding of any additional services, the council could definitely provide with that direction, and I could come back to council with recommendations at a later date. I wanted to put in some of the information on revenue generating alternatives, because it's not all about expenditures, it's also about revenue. We are engaging in a couple of projects right now that will help us with that. The general plan update and an addition of economic development element to that is sort of a longer strategy for revenue generation. So for example, when people talk about how well Pismo Beach is doing and their TOT's up, well, it's been a work for some time, and there's actually 3 really, really large new hotels that were built within the last 2 years on their oceanfront. That type of influx of hotel room will definitely have a significant result on your revenue. We are also working on a project that is quicker to accomplish and should be accomplished by the end of this fiscal year to review cost recovery of the city. The city has not updated its general fund fees since in some cases since 2005. In planning, it's actually, we still operate based on what we inherited from the county when the city incorporated. So we are clearly not recouping the fees that we could be legally recouping. So this project is to go through all general fund fees, and actually we'll also be bringing forth the water and wastewater fee studies to at least bring in front of you what would it cost for us to fully recoup it. At that point, the council will have the ability to provide with policy direction whether or not you want to have 100% recovery rate on those rates, or whether you would like to subsidize any kind of activities. Most likely, usually parks and recreation is the type of activity that is often subsidized. Now, I do want to point out that the city of Solvang doesn't have any local sales tax. In the state of California, the average is closer to 8% or 10% now across the state. What we receive is 1% that comes directly as an allocation through the state. 1% sales tax collected here, it generates $1.4 million. The County of Santa Barbara has Measure 8 at ½ cent, which provides for some of the projects that you will be hearing about for transportation specifically. But the City of Solvang is not collecting any additional sales tax, which would require voter approval. So a special sales tax for a specific purpose would require 2/3 vote and can be done at the special or general election. And then the general tax requires 50% plus approval and can only be placed on a general election. 1% generates $1.4 million. Economically, it would not have any impact on the decrease of activity as far as purchasing from the city of Solvang, since all other jurisdictions that surround us are actually at higher rates to start with. So today's recommendations as far as just the budget adjustments bring us to this over here, which is the little chart at the bottom of the page. The adopted budget was actually not only balanced, but there was another $163,000 left on the table. As far as revenues being greater than expenditures, obviously all of that is a forecast, it's not actuals. Council had authorized those budget adjustments of $96,000. What I'm proposing today is a net of positive $40,000, which would bring us to a net financial impact of $107,000 through the end of the year, which means that $107,000 is available for you for any kind of appropriations that you would want to make potentially before you would have to draw from reserves. And that concludes my presentation.
Are there any questions of council? Sorry, are there any questions of council at this time?
Yes, I do have a question. So I see the positions that are filled right now by the city, and I see that they're on a different category from, say, contracted labor or people that are assisting temporarily. So obviously, right now, we are operating at, bare bones because of the challenges that COVID-19 has implied. But I would just make the suggestion to assess whether some of the opening positions will be filled by, temps, or whether there is a possibility of bringing employees back that were laid off due to COVID-19, because contracted labor is it's expensive too, and it also comes, I believe, at the expense of somebody that is not here long-term or doesn't have the expertise or the investment on continuity work-wise. So that would be my only comment.
Any other comments this time? No. What is the temporary agency fees? In the same page, it would be 88. Actuals of 183, 182.
So that was in the prior year a combination of two things. I actually was a temporary agency cost as administrative services director originally. And then there was a payout to that agency to bring me on as a permanent administrative services director that was authorized by the prior city manager. That was part of the cost. Another part of the cost was a temporary agency city clerk that was here at the city for a period of time.
Actually, another question regarding with city clerk. So it was, my understanding is that city clerks are certified, but this is more like a professional development that is voluntary, and it's an asset, but it's not an actual requirement. My question would be perhaps for the city attorney, whether we need to assess that while, yes, it's an added cost to have a full-time city clerk or a part-time city clerk, but if having somebody that is dedicated to making sure that we are in compliance to whatever filing requirements would be a savings in the long term, because it would protect us from liability litigation and so on.
I think there is a potential cost savings in the long term. It's hard to say what the types of claims that might be raised, but the one that does jump to mind is city clerk's responsibility for publishing the agenda, making sure that it's timely done, that there are no issues with actions that council has taken, because if as we'll talk a little bit in the Brown Act briefing, if the agenda is not posted or there's discussion taken on an item that's not on the agenda, then those decisions can be reversed. There's attorney's fees to successful plaintiffs, and it can cost a lot of money after the decision gets reversed. So I can see some potential cost savings there.
Yeah, and also considering all of the things that you, Zena, have to do to make sure that the city runs. This is something that I'm sure you would bring up, whether your time is better spent, making sure that we are crossing all of the T's and pointing the I's, or whether, you should be spending more time supervising the whole thing and making sure that, we're moving forward.
Yeah, certainly there is putting together the agenda, much of that work is really the real work that's happening in operations, putting the reports. There's the ending component of actual administrative, putting together the PDF and posting it online. None of the agendas will be posted timely if the rest of the organization is not producing the work product timely. So it does take the whole organization and all of the staff to make sure that operations are running smoothly and that we are able to do that. Also, higher level management work of producing reports, managing contracts, managing grants, all the, measure a yearly reporting, all that stuff that goes into timely preparing those agendas. So city clerk is definitely an additional layer of work that, yes, I currently do. I put the pages on the PDF, which I could use 15 minutes towards something else. I definitely wouldn't complain. But, I think that we need to be looking at this holistically because there is a lot, as you said, there's a lot of, we are operating with minimals right now. So as you think about the service levels and as we think about organizational structure and whatever recommendations that I might make, I think we need to be taking a holistic view at our organization. And it would really just benefit me from your policy perspective to see which areas of service you think you would like to see adjusted and what your sort of direction is in terms of any potential use of city reserves to backfill some of those areas.
A few more. With the building office hours reduced only to Tuesday, is that an all-day on Tuesday or just afternoon or morning?
It's all day on Tuesday.
It's all day Tuesday. And then the planning office hours have been reduced to Monday and Thursday afternoons only at this time. However, there's a number of vacations for city government employees that usually happen on Mondays. Does that move to a Tuesday afternoon, or is it we only end up with one that week if it's a 4-day week?
It usually moves to a Tuesday, yes.
It does move to Tuesday, okay. In the maintenance, it says that overall reduction in maintenance function is 2 full-time employees. Does this include any of the, I know that's for the ones that were let go back in March? Is that?
Correct.
And then how many do we have in our maintenance staff right now that are actually working and not out on
any kind of leave or
anything?
it's a team of 4.
It's a team of 4. Any other questions here this time? Seeing none, is there any public comment at this time?
Would anybody in person or online like to make public comment on this item? If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. Seeing none.
Okay, I'll bring this item back for discussion and action. How would we like to proceed?
I would like to revisit this once that staff has had time to think about how we want to move forward, how we want to step forward, and seeing how we bounce back from the lockdown and seeing better numbers. But I think the current suggestions make sense to me, accounting that we revise them later.
So does anybody want to make a motion regarding the budget adjustments, which are recommended at this time then?
What are we looking for? Are we looking for approval?
I think we need a motion to accept the budget with the adjustments as noted or as recommended by city staff.
Yeah.
I would-
So you can, unless you have any further just general policy direction, the recommendation is for you to accept the second quarter financial report and to approve the budget adjustments as requested, which is only 2.
Well, one of the things that you had mentioned earlier was that the County of Santa Barbara law enforcement contract was going to come in much more expensive, but you've got the same amount in here as you had in the last period. Page 88.
Yeah, a little over 1.8.
Yeah, so this is the 2021, which is the current year.
That's for this year through June,
Right, so,
So the contract doesn't take place until after June?
July 1.
correct.
Okay, so that wouldn't be,
Yeah, that's not part of this.
but this is still an annual amount.
It's an annual amount,
It's
correct.
an annual amount.
So we know that it's going to be in excess of this annual amount.
If they don't come up with some kind of solution to work with us, it will be a large increase of this annual amount.
On top of the 1,840,297?
Yes. You're looking at about 2.4 is preliminary. But
So
they
another
understand that
600,000.
cities cannot
Okay.
work with it, but
Yeah.
Approving it at this point does what? We're just saying, this is our budget for now, we're willing to accept this. When are we going to look at this again?
so the way that the financial reporting works for the city as of last year is that we have moved to a 2-year financial plan. So you're currently in the first year of financial plan. What financial plan does is set forth sort of your longer-term goals on what you want to accomplish. We adjusted the way that the budget is adopted to bring both the operations budget and the capital improvement program at the same time. That because it's all tied together and it's really about accomplishing those goals. So that is what you have in the 2-year financial plan. As of June 30, you will have an annual budget to adopt, which you have to adopt in order for city manager to have authority to make those expenditures. So that will be the budget that you would be adopting for year 22-23. We also have quarterly financial reporting, which this mid-year is the larger report, but you get updates every quarter. So you will get one in April, I believe, of your, as is stated on your advanced calendar, with the next set of updates on your revenues and expenditures. So if over the next couple of months we are doing better than expected, say in our TOT, the projection in revenue could be increased and maybe you could appropriate that additional expected revenue towards some sort of purpose. You do have that $107,000 available right now based on the current estimates to divert towards something. Before you have to adopt the next financial plan, there will also be an update for you with a longer-term forecast so that looking forward, you know what your long-term fiscal health is looking like. And you will also have an opportunity to review preliminary budget and to do a goal-setting type of exercise if you would like to
Yes.
determine what your priorities would be for the next fiscal year.
Okay, and on page 88, where you have those 3 positions highlighted in green, if we approve this, you're going to go out and hire those.
Those are changes that have been made, were made.
They already
with the
have
financial-
been made.
Yes.
Okay. I misunderstood. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
No.
Can I have a motion to
Accept the
accept the report and with the adjustments?
Yeah, I would make a motion, we accept the report as adjusted.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Thank you. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
And seeing the clock, it is 9:35, and I need to make a motion if we can
Extend it.
extend through the rest of the council session. Do you have a motion to extend?
I'll move that we extend it.
Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Uriga.
Yes. Yes, he did opt out.
Is that?
I don't blame him.
All right, so, Madam Clerk, would you read the title of item number 10?
10. Item number 10 is the grant funding policy review for fiscal year 21-22, which is the next fiscal year. This is a process that's specific and unique to the city of Solvang. The city of Solvang for years now has been going through this type of process to where a council around January timeframe looks at the grant funding policy to indicate to any nonprofits in the city of Solvang or their area as to what type of grant funding requests the council would be willing to entertain. The council last year, a year ago, had made significant changes to the grant funding policy, and you will see on your page 108 of the report, as I've mentioned with the previous item, that funding has been significantly decreased toward these grant funds from fiscal year 19 to current. So in year 1920, you had the council had appropriated $319,000 as part of that fiscal process and that budget adoption, whereas in the current year, 2021, the council only made appropriations of $82,500. The primary change that was made in the grant funding policy last year was making it very clear, and frankly, we had a very short type of a process with very limited number of applicants, to make it clear that the council's intention was not to just open it up to any purpose to where any nonprofit could come in and make their case, but to limit the focus of this grant funding program to human services only. And they also wanted to emphasize clearly in this policy that they were primarily also prioritizing the senior services. So that is what's reflected on page 107. There's only a few organizations that were funded through this process based on this policy. There was the Atterdag at Home, the Buellton Senior Center, Santa Ynez Valley Senior Advisory Council, and then the council also gave $15,000 to Santa Ynez People Helping People as part of that humanitarian aspect, and this was also during and post the COVID-19 onset. Now, having said that, there's a few things that I should mention to you so that you're aware as to why they're not funded through this process in 2021. The Elverhoy Museum of History and Art was actually transitioned to being funded not as part of this process, but as an ongoing contract. So the City Council recognized that they wanted to make a continuous commitment to the Elverhoy Museum, that it's a different organization than any other. So we are currently in the first year of their contract with another year on that contract outstanding for next year. There's also a couple of organizations that have been traditionally funded by the city, which was still the intent of the city to continue to fund them, but through just a different venue. And those were the Solvang Danish Days Foundation for the Danish Days, and then the Santa Ynez Valley Rotary Foundation, which is really for the 4th of July. So those are two event type of venues. And so the intent there was to just put them through being reviewed through the marketing and the events arm, so through a contract with IDK, and selecting or providing that funding through that channel, essentially. but it was still.
Can I add too? Obviously, they didn't have their events last year, so hopefully they still have some cash.
Yes, I would assume that cash is still there. So there was, I believe, $50,000 set aside as a grant funding for events type of venue. And I believe most of that has not been appropriated.
May I interrupt? Sorry. Just real quick, going back to Elverhoy, is the amount that was approved in 2019 to 20 of the 30,000, is that what the city now is doing on a regular basis?
Yeah, I would
know
have
what it
to, I may be slightly off. I know it's either $30,000 or $35,000 with like minor increase from first year to the second year.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, I'm just looking at this point for general direction for what you might want to see as a grant funding policy. As I said, this is an indicator to the community and organizations as to what type of services you might be entertaining funding with the next financial plan. If you would like to, I can come back for final approval with final language to you at a later date. I'm just starting this. This is a kickoff of this kind of process, pre-budget, to where I just need general direction from you, what type of services you would like to see funded through this type of process.
Are we planning on keeping events separate from other kinds of projects? Are events going to be kept funded through IDK and their own revenue?
It is up to this council. It's definitely your policy direction, how you would like to do that. As it's been mentioned, there was $50,000 that was set aside through this process before, and funding of IDK that has not come to fruition yet. So that money is sitting out there. But going forward, it's up to you on how you would like to channel funding of this type of events that are really run or assisted by through local, nonprofit organizations.
Was Danish Days a part of that same process?
Yeah. Yes.
So they theoretically should have that set aside for them already,
Correct. For just 1 year
for the 1 year, right?
or one event.
I noticed that, and again, the emphasis is for elderly, I guess, seniors. Nothing for children. I mean, the only thing listed on here for children is the Solvang School Education Foundation, which got $5,000 previously and has got nothing this year. But we do nothing to help the kids.
Historically, yes, it looks like it's been.
I don't know what else there is out there besides something like that, but
Well, I think we need to maybe discuss how we want to change policy if we want to change it, because what we have is currently in place. Organizations must provide services. City will prioritize funding for senior citizens. So I think that's what we're asking right now, is just to discuss what we want to do for our policy, and then we can go forth on how we want to proceed with what we would like to fund.
well, I think prioritizing is fine. It's just not exclusive, and we see that in what's being done in here. But just a comment.
If the council wants to indicate a priority to funding services that help children, we could put some language in here. Humanitarian services, including children's programs, for example, that would indicate to any organization in the area that that is up for consideration. They could be part of the application process.
I would go ahead and make sure that we include organizations that do humanitarian aid. Lots of people are going to be needing help with making rent or some sort of financial assistance in the area as we navigate through COVID. I can think of some, like well, I don't want to name them right now, but I can think of several organizations that might do that sort of assistance. They may or may not be based in the Santa Ynez Valley. I don't know if some of them are based in Lompoc, or I know there's one that it's countywide, but is offering assistance to Valley residents. So I think it would be important to include organizations that prove, that show that assistance is available to Solvang residents, even if they're not necessarily based in Solvang.
Councilmember Clark, it sounded like you had some comment you wanted to make.
Not
but-
really.
No.
I mean, the only comment that I would make is that for what we do for the kids in the valley, the YMCA's got a tremendous program. I've coached there. I've worked on the YMCA fundraising campaign. They do a lot of great things for kids that is generated on their own. Pony baseball is all generated by parents, and when I was vice president of Pony Baseball, we gave lots and lots and lots of scholarships out. So I think there's a lot of programs here in the valley between the YMCA, every single organization, and I coached AYSO, basketball, baseball, and what else? I forget. And I raised all the money for the high school aquatics program for 4 years. Every single penny for that program came from golf tournaments and fundraisers that I did. There's a lot of organizations that we're working with on kids. Granted, kids right now are stuck. There's not a whole lot they can do as far as organized activities, which is a shame. We're losing a whole year. I won't even get into that. That's a whole different soapbox. But we focused last year. You guys can do whatever you want. We can do whatever we want. We focused on seniors last year. That's what we're at. I don't think we have any money to be adding anything else right now. No one's asking for it. Not that it's not important, but if they're not asking for it, I don't want to offer money that I don't have. So that's my opinion on it.
Yeah,
I was going to shut up and you asked me. I wasn't going to say a word.
I'd agree. I think we ought to just hold the line for now
I think it's a fair comment.
until we can see how we're going to be doing.
Is there any sort of allocation right now for something like this, or are we at
No.
full stuff?
So, I mean, like I said, the way the budget process works is that with the next financial report for the next quarter, you will get an update on more current-to-date forecasts for revenue and expenditure for this year. You will also receive a look forward, so a forecast for the next year. That tells you how much money you have to appropriate. If we are doing much better and the $1 million is back next year and we are back to normal, then you have that $1 million to put right back into appropriations without drawing in reserves.
And if I could add one thing, it was the most painful thing I've had to do as a council person, because every single organization in here does so much work for the valley. They're all deserving, and it just kind of kept going up and up and up, and like, and when they make their presentation in person,
Right.
and then you're voting on it, it's like, I don't like this, I'm gonna go home. I really don't want to upset anyone, but you just don't have the money to give money to every single person that asked for it. And granted, there wasn't one group that I said, they don't deserve this. They all deserved it. And if we had a lot of money, it would have been a great thing to give more and more as well this year. This is painful, really, really painful for me, because I've listened to these pleas and these appeals for the money, and I know what a great, great job they do. So this is not fun.
Was the allocation for the People Helping People, was a lot of that for the food distribution that they were doing back in
Correct, yes.
April and March? Okay. So,
So I'll move we approve it as is.
Second.
Okay.
can I have a roll call?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Protem Marona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
And now, that brings us to the rip-roaring item number 10, which I believe is the Brown.
11.
It would be item number 11, which is the Brown Act training.
Yes.
We have been so looking forward to this day.
Yay.
You should be able to push share screen.
That wasn't in here, was it? Yeah. It was number 5, I believe, originally.
No, it was 6.
It was 6?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'll just ask for your eyes and your ears at this point. I ordinarily give this presentation in an hour. I'm going to truncate it rather dramatically. It's more out of necessity that we cover the issues, and if you have questions, I'd rather be able to address those over time than try to answer every question that you might have tonight about it. More to familiarize you all with the Brown Act. I have also, in the interest of time, taken off the normal part that I usually deal with, conflicts of interest and due process and adjudicatory hearings. When we get to that point, I can bring up more on that. But those issues tend to come up a little bit less frequently than the Brown Act, so I figured I'd go ahead and do this. And I have 20 slides. I've allocated 20 minutes on the agenda. I'm going to try to get it done in faster time.
Are you wanting to give us a copy of those?
I certainly can, yes. I can provide you a PDF. I'll just email that all to you and you can have those.
Thank you.
Anyway, the Brown Act, as you're probably all aware, is California's open meeting law. This language that's up on the screen before you is actually at the beginning of the Brown Act, and it gives you an idea of what the original intent of the Brown Act was, that people insist on remaining informed so that they can retain control over the instruments of government that they have created. That's what you would call the preamble to the Brown Act. So the Brown Act, back up there. The two basic concepts of the Brown Act: people's business should be conducted openly, and several minds are better than one. And several minds is not just the minds up here on the dais, but the minds out in the audience as well. What's involved in being a public official? Well, first and foremost, effective governance. You all have an interest in seeing that the city of Solvang is governed effectively, and that's an appropriate reason for running for city council. Also being a public official, you demonstrate your confidence in the public process, and by making good decisions and making legally defensible decisions, you promote confidence in the public process among the members of the public. Another reason why you would want to engage in this process is to avoid civil and criminal penalties, although I would say that that's probably not supposed to be your first rule in serving on local government. And the last one is important because if there's a violation of the Brown Act, the decision that you make can be set aside. And you didn't get on the council to have your decisions set aside. So that's another good reason for complying with the Brown Act. So what entities are subject to the Brown Act? Well, obviously the City Council, the Planning Commission, our new Design Review Committee. There's some private corporations that are publicly created or funded. And successful candidates are nominees to one of the above. I was not city attorney at the time. You all were elected to the council with the exception of Councilmember Clark, but I typically will send out a memo shortly after the election saying, now that you are a successful candidate, you are bound by the Brown Act, even though you have not been yet sworn in. I know that I have provided that memo for many years, and it seems somewhat counterintuitive, but until you're actually sworn in as a member of the council, you do have these responsibilities as well under the Brown Act from the time of the election. There are actually some private corporations as well that voluntarily submit themselves to being a Brown Act. I know that the CVB here in Solvang did that. They required themselves as part of their initial bylaws and articles of incorporation to be subject to the Brown Act. That's not legally required though. So the purpose of the Brown Act, public access to the decision-making process. Members of the public will get to see how your decisions are made rather than having them made in the proverbial smoke-filled back room. Public oversight of decision-making process, and then the protection of legitimate privacy concerns of public agencies. Even though the city is a public agency and most of its work gets done in public, we'll talk a little bit about the closed sessions. We've already been through a couple closed sessions, so you have familiarity with that, but there's some other ones that you may not get to participate in as frequently. I'll go through real quickly. So what is a meeting under the Brown Act? And I've broken it out into three basic points here with one caveat at the end. So it's a majority of the members of the body, that being the City Council, who are present at the same time and location to hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action on an item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the body. So if it's not a majority of the council, then there's not going to be an issue. If they're not all present at the same time and location, to hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action, probably not going to be a Brown Act issue, with the exception that I note from the serial meeting. And then this last one is, it has to be an item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the body or the city council. So if all 5 of you want to get together and discuss the Super Bowl or any sporting event, or where your kids are going to be graduating from college, those are not items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council, and all 5 of you can discuss that. I do caution you, however, that if people in the public see all 5 of you in one place, they will make an assumption that you're talking about city business. So I tend to recommend that you avoid those kind of situations. I had a city council many years ago that, as a cost savings measure, proposed that the council members travel to the annual League of California Cities conference in a single vehicle. And I said, well, that's permissible as long as you don't talk about anything having to do with city business on the way. And you also run the risk of having people see all 5 of you in that vehicle, and they make assumptions. It's not worth putting yourselves at risk for that. So I advise them to avoid that. The concept I do want to make clear, though, is this serial meeting. That's one of the situations where the council members may not all be present at the same time and location. And so the next slide that I've got is what the concept of a serial meeting is. It's consecutive or serial communications that at their heart do not involve the quorum of the public body. It may be less than that, but when you take them together as a whole, it involves a majority of the body's members, either directly or indirectly through intermediaries such as staff members, in person by telephone, electronic communications. I'll go through some other ones that have recently been the subject of legislation. But that's what a serial meeting is. And there's 2 types of serial meetings that I like to point to. There's the daisy chain, where it's from one person to the next person to the next person. So if Councilmember A speaks to Councilmember B and Councilmember B speaks to Councilmember C, that's a daisy chain. And then you have the hub and spoke approach, where there's someone at the center of the hub, and all the spokes are where the communications take place. So if you think of, for example, the city manager, all 5 of you are speaking to the city manager and developing the collective concurrence on an item before the city council. That's a serial meeting that's prohibited by the Brown Act. Now, you're allowed to have the one-on-one briefings with the city manager. That's not an issue, but it's when you start to shade over into trying to determine what the other council members are going to do, how they're going to act, what they're going to vote on, and so on, that it becomes a problem with the Brown Act. So individual contacts distinguished, that's one of the speaking with the city manager, that type of thing is permissible. But as you see, the little graphic that I have here, if 1 talks to 2 and 2 talks to 3, that's where the problem can come into effect. So if the city manager tells Councilmember A, I think Councilmember B is going to vote like this, and then Councilmember B goes and talks with Councilmember C and says, hey, the city manager told me that A is going to vote this way, I'm going to vote this way, what do you think? Now you have a serial meeting that's taken place, even though all the council members are not present at the same time or place. So those are the types of things that you want to try to avoid. This is the new hot item, I will say. I did this slide for many years, just as an example, and you see the date on these tweets here. It's back in 2015. It occurred to me even before this that elected officials were using Twitter to communicate their political issues and their decisions on various matters that were coming before them. And it has, even since 2015, blown up way beyond what I would have expected in terms of the communication with constituents. But I posited at that time that it could be considered a Brown Act violation for members of elected bodies in California to use Twitter to communicate with other members of the same body. And in this particular situation, this was a Long Beach City Council member, Rex Richardson, who was putting out on his Twitter feed, hey, this is an item that's going to be coming before us, the naming of one of our public libraries. And he says in one of the tweets, hey, Susie, who was another council member, let's name the new Long Beach Library after the First Lady. Thoughts? So he's soliciting in that tweet a response from another council member. And if you get a third council member, for example, who comments on that thread, now you have 3 council members that have chimed in on a particular item that was in their subject matter jurisdiction. So I always thought that was a problem. Yes.
But if it's on a Twitter feed, I'm not familiar with Twitter, I'm sorry. If he's sending it on Twitter, other people can, whoever follows him can read that.
Sometimes, if some elected officials have been known to block members of the public on their Twitter feed, it's been the subject of a lot of litigation at the national level, and in San Luis Obispo, actually, the mayor just deleted all her social media feeds because people were criticizing her for blocking certain members from her feeds.
Yeah, but two other council members are probably following Rex on Twitter as well. They're just not replying, or he's not talking to them directly, but they're reading that.
Correct.
And that's not a Brown Act violation.
Well, I thought, and I was taking the position, this was a bad practice for this to happen. Until you can show that actual collective concurrence has taken place, though, if you look at it that way, then it's not a Brown Act violation, just looking at that.
You've got to wait for Susie to tweet Mary.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
It's so muddy.
Yes, so the legislature helped us with this, but did not completely resolve the issue with AB 992. AB 992 went into effect just a couple days ago, a couple weeks ago at this point. And it's basically an attempt to deal with the Brown Act and social media. So the bullet points that I've put here are what I'd like you to take away from the use of social media if you are engaging in that use. It's okay to engage in separate conversations on an internet-based social media platform to answer questions or to provide information to the public or solicit information from the public. And the majority of the members, though, may not use the internet-based social media to discuss amongst themselves business of a specific nature, including likes and emojis. So if you see a council member who posts something on Facebook, you're not supposed to click a like on that as another council member. You're not supposed to put an emoji thumb up or thumb down, those types of things. And the third bullet point, the member of the...
Go ahead. We can, and not that I do it or want to do it, but you're saying if one person gets a like from a single person, that's two. But you don't have the third, the fourth, or the fifth, that's not a violation, correct?
Well, there is a provision on there that it's now two members. You're not supposed to be engaging in that online discussion through the use of social media. And I can provide you a little bit more information.
So two of us can't discuss anything.
You're not supposed to on social media.
Well, that's because other people can read it.
Right, and that's the difference between what you typically understand the Brown Act is 3 members and what AB 992 did. And I can provide you better guidance with a more fully formed memo. I just want to make you aware that this was a change in the law that just took place. And there's another subtlety to it, that the definition of an internet-based social media platform means an online service that's open and accessible to the public. That's not what you think. Facebook in and of itself is open to the public. It's accessible to the public. But as you're probably aware, Facebook has the ability to set up a private group that can only be accessed through invitation or through a moderator. That is not an internet-based social media platform in that situation. So if there's a private group regarding Santa Ynez Valley politics, and I know there are some because I have seen them on the Facebook, those are not open and accessible to the public because someone is the gatekeeper other than Facebook. And Nextdoor is another good example. You can't get on Nextdoor in any neighborhood. You have to be a resident of that neighborhood, or you have to have an invite from someone in your neighborhood. So AB 992 is very specific. And like I said, I can provide you a more fully formed memo on this because my firm has done this. I also, this is kind of near and dear to my heart because I helped draft AB 992 at the legislature. They came to the League of California Cities, city attorneys, and asked us to comment on the proposed legislation at the time it came. Since I'm the first vice president of the city attorneys, I was asked to also chime in on it as part of one of the committees. And they had not thought about this issue of the private groups at all. So that is going to be subject to potentially additional legislation down the road to deal with that.
Because what you're saying at this point in time is that special group, you can communicate with.
Well, it's going to be a violation of the Brown Act if you're communicating privately on that. What AB 992 does is allows you to engage in separate conversations with members of the public on an internet-based social media platform.
Who wrote this?
Oh, there were a number of authors on it, and I'm trying to remember which assembly member it was. I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Okay, I'll look it, I can look it up.
Yeah, I will tell you this, this bill has created a lot of confusion. It has not. Yeah, it has not what I would say clarified the issue. It has provided additional inputs, but it hasn't solved the problem. So the takeaway that I can give you is if you're engaging in communications with your constituents through the use of social media, just be aware that you have now obligations that are specific under 8992 as to what you can and cannot do. So let me get you that memo, and then if you have additional questions afterward, I'm certainly happy to answer them. But I just did not have the time in this presentation to go into a full discussion of what the issues under 8992 are.
This is actually part of the training on Thursday.
Oh, we're gonna go through this on Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. So, ounce of prevention, avoid discussing city business with more than one council member outside a public meeting, and avoid soliciting or communicating the views of other council members outside a public meeting. That's pretty common sense. So what's not a meeting subject to the Brown Act? Individual contacts, once you have that serial meeting that I talked about. Conferences like the League of California Cities, you can go to that league and all 5 of you can participate in the program as long as you don't discuss amongst yourself an item that would come before you as part of your subject matter jurisdiction. Community meetings like Neighborhood Watch, you can have a majority of council members present at those kind of meetings. Same morning though. You don't discuss amongst yourself items that come within the council subject matter jurisdiction other than as a part of the public meeting. Another body of the agency. You could all come to the planning commission, you could all come to the DRC, they can come and visit your meetings as well. Same admonition. And then social or ceremonial events, weddings, funerals, those types of things are very common for council members to attend if it's a well-respected or well-known member of the community. So those types of things you can attend a majority of the council as long as you're not discussing items that are in your subject matter jurisdiction.
Would those be social events possibly that the city is sponsoring as well?
In that situation, as long as you are not discussing amongst yourself items that will come before you, that's certainly possible. Like, you have a parade where all the council members are present at the city parade.
Well, let me try a different one. I would love to have Xenia take us through all of the financials of this. Could we, as a group, sit here and have Solvang financial training? Or does that have to be a public meeting as well?
Well, you can do it as a workshop where the public is allowed to attend or observe and get your questions answered, where it doesn't have to be in as formal context. But there's no provision for a closed session, closed to the public, to have that kind of interaction.
So that's still a Brown Act violation?
Yeah, you're gonna need to do that one in public. Now, if you have questions individually, you certainly can talk with Xenia about it.
Well, yeah, we do that all the time.
So, meeting agendas, I won't belabor this because you all have agendas in front of you, you know what's on there, but it has to include the time, place, and a brief general description of the business to be discussed, not the action to be taken. There are some that believe that the agenda must line out all the potential actions that a city council can take. That's not true. That's not what the Brown Act says. We provide you our professional recommendations as staff, but that is not in any way meant to constrain your ability to take other actions or take no action. It just has to have a general description of the business to be discussed. There are different agenda timings, requirements for different kinds of meetings. Special meetings is 24 hours, regular meetings is 72. You can do emergency meetings. Until last year, they were fairly infrequent. In my career, last year, I gone through an awful lot of emergency meetings. That's just the nature of the game, and those have a 1-hour requirement notification to the meeting. The agenda's got to be posted in a freely accessible location. It's posted out here on the bulletin board, so people can see it even when City Hall is closed. No action or discussion on a subject item not described on the agenda. That's the general rule. You can add items to the agenda through certain means if there's a need to take immediate action. You have to have a supermajority vote. The item has to have come to the staff's attention or the council's attention after the agenda was posted. but you can add items to the agenda. And then there's this materials provided to the city council within 72 hours before the meeting must be made available to the public at the same time and posted on the city's website if it has one, and it does. And so in one of the cities I represented, they called that the blue folder. Those were letters that came in after the agenda was posted, and those just get scanned and posted to the city's internet site. Public participation. This one, I'll try to spice it up a little bit here, but members of the public must be given an opportunity to address the city council, whether it's on the agenda or not. Special meetings, you can limit comment to just the items on the agenda. So this is, I'll give you 1 minute here, and you can watch. This is the public participation and compilation of some of the issues that can come up before city councils that may be humorous, maybe not. Let me see if I can get this going here.
On the East Coast, they have slaves, and they believe in slavery and made in China, but on the West Coast, the new West Coast, we don't believe in that. We believe in the union, and that's what we are.
But listen, honey, I know that you've got Pilates going on, but I've got to go to my traffic commission meeting, okay? Would you get out of the road, buddy? Oh, it's some bicyclist in the middle of the road. I don't know what they're doing there. It's just driving me crazy. What do you mean it's the law? How do you know? Okay, you work for Caltrans, fine.
Because in the Bush administration, which is really good, he has government funding for small business owners.
I'm just tired of being a second-class citizen and being relegated to a ghetto.
Now, if I had to sit there, I would be ashamed of having this planning department, which I would call a Gestapo or a KGB wannabe. You know, I would fire these guys.
So that's what you have to look forward to a certain extent. An item of controversy before the city council. You have to have thick skin to do the jobs that you're doing, and it is a big commitment. But this is one of the hallmarks of the Brown Act, is the opportunity to participate publicly and have public comment. Sometimes someone will get up at the podium and start talking about something that's completely unrelated to your subject matter jurisdiction. They don't have a right to do that, but I've always said that if it takes longer than 3 minutes to explain that to them, then it's a waste of the city's time to try to do that explanation. It's just faster to allow them to finish and say, okay, thank you, next comment. My prior highlight reel for this involved a guy up in Seattle who just went on this profane tirade for about 5 minutes up at the city of Seattle regarding the former city attorney and police chief. And I just decided that it was too off color to continue using in this presentation, so I got a few others. So closed sessions, if there's no specific closed session, type session must be open to the public. That goes to your question about the financial. The closed sessions are obviously applicable to the city council, but we've had so far we've had personnel issues involving pending litigation. We can have performance evaluations of public employees. We can have real estate negotiations. If you think of the things that are important to keep confidential for a city council, and there are some, that's what those closed sessions are designed to protect. So if you are involved in real estate negotiations where you're planning on buying a property, it does the city no good, the taxpayers no good if the side that you're negotiating with knows your full authority to buy the property, because they'll just go to that price. So that's why you have an opportunity to discuss real estate negotiations in closed session. Same thing with personnel closed sessions. It's to protect the privacy interest of the employee that you're discussing. So those are permitted under the Brown Act. And finally, what are the remedies for the violation of the Brown Act? Well, you've got criminal violations, which is a misdemeanor, but you have to have specific intent to deprive the public of the information. So criminal prosecutions of the Brown Act are fairly rare. It's more a threat to you have a civil action to invalidate an action by the council that is taken in violation of the Brown Act. The district attorney can file one of those actions, or a member of the public can file one of those actions. And if they prevail, they'll get attorney's fees out of those. Cities that are brought into Brown Act litigation rarely win those cases. So it's better to avoid getting into the litigation in the first place by just conforming your behavior to the Brown Act. And that's my presentation. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Then we're gonna go over to my house and talk about it.
During the Gestapo time, it was the NKVD, it wasn't the KGB, by the way. I have a situation. On a meeting before the new council took over on December 7th, the council declared an emergency meeting. And so they added it to the agenda. They made directions to staff to provide seating and cleanup, et cetera, and direct the money. And then when we came in as a new council, a resident asked me, he goes, you guys voted I don't remember this, but he says, you guys voted 3-2 to rescind the directions of the former council. Is that correct?
To rescind the action?
To rescind the actions of opening up or define the governor. Did we vote on that night?
No,
There was no formal action.
There was no vote, okay. So it wasn't, we didn't get in trouble for not taking any public comment, it was just a statement. But we acted upon that statement.
That was prior to the interim city.
Yeah, I'm
interim
sorry, you're right, that's
fishman.
true. I just want to make sure we don't get in trouble.
It was just general direction, and there was definitely no actionable item.
So we can give general direction without a vote.
It was basically council comments.
It was just council comments.
Yeah.
Okay, and we acted upon those.
We are not doing anything different now that we weren't doing then. The only difference was that somebody made a public comment, how I feel about this, and then somebody else.
Okay, we didn't violate the Brown Act on that.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I wasn't present for that portion of the meeting, I don't believe.
Well, but first off, we were in an open meeting. If it's public, then there's no Brown Act violation.
If
Well,
it
you-
was not on the agenda, you're not supposed to take action unless you add it to the agenda.
But is-
I'm uncomfortable in giving you advice on that.
You didn't watch it. Well, watch it, and then we'll talk later.
Okay.
I'll just make sure we're covered.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't believe that there was any action taken. My understanding was those were comments that I know that I brought forth and a couple of other council members, and they were just strictly on the comments side with no action taken at all, so.
Okay.
And it is possible for council to give direction to staff to agendize something at a later date.
I understand that. Okay.
Any other questions?
Do I use Facebook too much? Do I use Facebook too much?
That's a good question. Well, I guess one question I had is related to emails that come in from the public. So obviously, all of us have been seeing a number of emails that, some of them are addressed to us individually, but the majority, 95% of them, are addressed to either all of us as a council, along with the city manager, or the entire public works, or whatever
Council
folder
group,
that is.
public council group.
Public council group. How should responses be addressed to the person that,
Just don't BCC all, or don't reply all, just reply to that specific individual. And you could add, I'm sorry to interrupt, I apologize.
You were doing great.
But
You're
you
doing
can
great,
add
County Council.
one other city council person can listen to that, because you can have one other city council person in your conversation. It just can't go to a third or be forwarded to a third.
Right.
But two of you can respond, correct?
Yes.
And you can even,
My recommendation in that situation is you take everyone else off the thread unless there's a need to copy them. When I send you emails, or when I send any council emails, I always send it by BCC, because that prevents people from replying to all. You can only reply to the sender when it's BCC. Whereas if you put all of you in a CC line and someone hits reply all, now everybody's got it.
Yeah.
It's like a group text on your phone. You try to get out of it. So the way that I deal with that is I always BCC the council. And so if you all get an email from me and you hit reply all, it's gonna come to me and whoever I put in the CC line, which is typically the city manager. But if you see something and you hit reply all and you see other council members come up in your reply all, delete that email and start over.
Yeah, don't do that.
And just, individually address it. But, that is, you're always gonna get those emails. You're gonna
Right.
get emails that just put everyone in the world on the thread. And the temptation is to reply, but just reply individually, not reply all. I think that's good advice in general, Brown Act aside. If you get something
Yeah.
like that, you try not to reply at all.
Most of us don't, most of them I don't think you can even reply to. It's not going to do anything more than irritate the situation.
Unless you agree with them.
Well, even if but that would just, I could possibly make it grow. I don't know.
I know where you're going, yeah.
So, anyway.
All right, any other questions?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Now, there's no action to be taken on that, so thank you, Mr. Fleischman, I appreciate that. So at this time, Madam Clerk, would you please read the title, item number 11?
Item number 12 is AB 1234, report out and council closing comments.
I'll get this straight yet. We now caught up after getting the Brown Act training correct. Sorry about that. Is there any reports? Councilmember
Yes.
Conte?
Couple things. The mayor and I are he is the member for the SBCAG and I'm the alternate, and I did attend that meeting, and I've got some notes on that. Plus, I am the member of the GSA meeting, and I attended that meeting, and so let me go through a couple of these real quickly. I went to the first Eastern Management Area Groundwater Sustainability Agency Committee meeting on the 21st. They meet on the fourth Thursday of every second month of the, they meet a couple times. Sorry, I've got this one messed up. The primary thing here is the committee is looking at including the development of a hydrologic concept model for the EMA groundwater basin. And they're looking for people to review this. This groundwater model actually forecasts how much water we're going to have, and they've got two end dates. I think it was 2042 and 2072. So they're going out a long way, looking at what we're going to have for water in the future, and they would love to see your comments. Santa Ynez River, all one word, .org is the website where you can go and put in comments, and I highly recommend you take a look at that. These GSA meetings are available to the public. They are on Zoom, as you might imagine right now. And there's a bit of it going on. You've probably received a couple of the newsletters that came in your water bills about that GSA event. This is where we are trying to figure out how to have water in the next 20 to 40 years. So I highly recommend it. Now let me go back to someplace in here. Oh, the SBCAG, there we go. Okay, so the SBCAG meeting had several things going on. This was also on the 21st. The 21st was a busy day. This meeting, the GSA meeting started at 6:30 in the evening. This one was at 10. We started with the League of California Cities at 8. Anyway, a couple things. State legislative platform, they're looking at the 101 corridor, and they're looking at transit, rail, and bus. They're going through a great number of these types of items. Go to the next page. They're working with they're coordinating with the Central Coast Coalition. They said transit use has been down, and so they're trying to improve the MTD. They're looking at rail, intercity between the cities in the area at peak hours. So what they're trying to do is come up with better ways of transportation. In the mobility area, they're looking at the state climate change program. They're looking at increasing the number of charging stations for electric vehicles, increase remote meetings, so beyond COVID, I presume. And the fuel tax, believe it or not, is funding a lot of the transportation updates. They're working with Vandenberg, by the way, to get some federal transportation funding to work on the 101. There was a Highway 101. They're going to build an HOV lane on 101. They're expecting a loan to get approved by the end of summer. Estimated 101 project completion is 2027. The loan is $76 million, paid for at $5.6 million a year. So there's a lot of transportation improvement programs going on. And that's as much as I've got. Thank you.
And then I heard that you elected me to the Highway 154
Oh, I did.
traffic safety study. That's what I get for not being there.
I
So,
forgot about that. I did nominate you for going to,
So-
well, Highway 154 is critical to us. We need a representative there. They wanted somebody on that, and you weren't there, and you're the normal rep, and so I said, yeah, Charlie will do it.
Charlie will
yeah,
do it.
yeah. I found that out that afternoon. So, and then I was part of the Air Pollution Control District. We had our meeting at 1 o'clock, 1:30 on the 21st again.
Yeah.
So, just real quick, there was just a couple of items. One was a closed session, special litigation involving a company in the North County that they were in violation of some of their terms of a settlement that they had actually already decided on last year. So they were being looked at. They were able to bring up, mainly what it was the violations of non-payment of funds and fines. And so they brought them, as of that meeting, they had actually just brought them up to where they were able to continue on. So they had paid the fines that they had up to that point, so that was good. There's still more fees that are due to be collected on a monthly basis, but at that time, they brought up what they had been charged for all the way back from November of last year. And then let's see, the last thing, one of the other important issues was the discussion of the air sensors. And they have a couple of new sensors that they were going to be putting out. The APCD was funding the purchase of 20 additional sensors. And at this time, there's only one in the entire San Ynez Valley. So I'd asked for, hopefully, we'll be discussing with them some other location placements here in Solvang and possibly in Buellton as well, but at least get a few more in the San Ynez Valley Solvang corridor. So other than that, go ahead.
There was one other thing. The mayor and I were on a meeting with the APCD. One of the programs they have is, well, they've got several programs, but to clean up the air, including old vehicle buyout programs, but one of them was to replace transit vehicles with electric vehicles. We have in our future budget for the San Ynez Valley Transit a new bus. So we might be able to get that paid for by the APCD.
Be an all-electric vehicle. So I asked about that. So
Yeah.
we're looking at possibly having that being paid for, or a good portion of
A
it.
good portion of it anyway. So that help with our budget.
Right.
Right.
Other than that, that's all I have for reports. Anybody else have any reports possibly?
No, just been going through the city council training, you know. I'm our League of California Cities rep, and
Right.
so we're going through that right now.
Yeah, all of us.
Brown Act and
Yep,
other
we
items.
we have a couple more this Thursday and Friday as well, so.
Right.
And I know one of them is on the AB 992, or 992? 992, yeah. Other than that, is there any other wrapping up comments that we'd wanted to say for this time?
None for me.
Any? Okay. Stand adjourned.
Yay.